Live on the radio side, so
Yep, we're hot.
we're hot. We're hot, and you're not.
Yeah.
uh, all right, guys, welcome to another edition of Metalheads Unite. We don't have any fancy music for you today because we have a guest on, so we just try to push on to the topic. But we got a band here from Kansas City, Missouri, Hellevate.
Yes.
So if you haven't checked out that new EP, you are definitely missing the fuck out. So
Yes. Yes, we have Dan Awar Whitmer and Joshua Cole with us today. Gentlemen, we appreciate you joining us on the show. We know you guys we know you guys have got a busy day. We were talking about that on the pre-show here. So Metalheads Unite is not the only interview you guys have on tap for the day, and you also have excuse me, you also have a show tonight. So
Yes.
definitely a full Saturday for the band. So yeah. So are the two of you going to be doing the next interview too, or is there going to be any of the other guys going to be joining you? Or
TBD right now, actually.
oh,
Yeah,
TBD.
yeah, we don't know. We kind of just throw it up in the air every time we do an interview. Who wants it?
so you do like
Rochambeau.
oh Jesus. There's got to be a better hell. Drawing straws would be a better way of determining that. So,
Yeah.
quick good morning to our buddy Victor in the chat this morning. Welcome, Victor. All right, so the new EP, The Purpose is Cruelty, just came out a couple of weeks ago, January 14th, 2023. So, want to ask first, of course, Jason and I, we both absolutely loved it.
Thank you.
It's as of right now, of course, we're just into the start of February, but Jason and I both kind of have it right now at the top of our list as far as EPs of the year so far.
Appreciate that.
I think what I said was if this is going to set the standard for EPs, then there's
Oh,
gonna be a lot of bands are going to have to step the game up.
Yeah,
Oh.
exactly. Yeah. So we
Well,
were
including us now.
way to set the standards. So
Hey, you might as well do it earlier in the year though, because I mean that way you spend the rest of the year of having everyone chase you. So
That's fair.
I mean hell, Angelus Apatrida did that with their album last year. Their new album came out.
Yeah.
Or right, yeah. Their album came out in February and basically led wire to wire as far as I was concerned. So yeah, you guys have, as far as Jason and I are both concerned, you guys are definitely off to a great start for 23. I do want to ask though, why an EP?
Honestly, the making of this thing was just kind of an ordeal in itself. So we started this thing back in I don't know, end of 18, beginning of 19.
Mm-hmm.
We were, writing it, working on it. We were tracking it. We had 4 songs recorded for it, and we had 1 song left to do on vocals. But the problem was that was in February of 2020.
Okay, I know. I see
And,
I see where this is going.
Some things happened, and we were not able to complete the EP on the time that we initially wanted to. We ended up getting a new vocalist, Rob, in that time. We dropped 1 song from the original playlist, and we added 2 more. And that's when the whole thing just kind of ended up taking shape. We've been working the last couple months on finally getting the thing completed. And after 3, almost 4 years now, it's finally, out in the world.
Okay, so you guys had gotten so basically you had started the EP with your previous vocalist. Was it the same vocalist who same vocalist who was actually on Weapons Against Their Will?
No, it wasn't. That was our old singer Drew, who
Okay.
family just kind of happened with him, so he had to step away.
Okay. All
The
right.
old vocalist was Eric, who was on. He did a single with us called "Last of the Fell," and he was on another single called "Krampusnacht," which we put out in like 2019.
Yeah.
Right.
I guess he had some personal things happen, so he ended up having to step away as well. But we had our friend Rob, who Josh actually used to be in another band with him.
Yeah.
And we ended up recruiting him, and he put out an amazing performance, and we're really happy with how things turned out.
Yeah, I will say out of the collection, this is probably my favorite. So I think you guys have definitely evolved in the right direction. So
Yeah, we're glad to hear that. We've it was such an ordeal to make this thing, and we almost weren't really paying attention, to be honest. I remember when we started recording this in like late 2019, I think. It was meant to be like a quick little release because it had been 3 years since our last album. Like, we'll put out an EP just to have something out until we can get our next album out, and you can see how the year 2020 sort of got us for thinking that.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of the songs were just kind of, oh, we'll do this song, we'll do that song. The last song on the record, No Further Action Is Required, was
I think you and Zach worked on that one. Right?
yeah, me and the bassist Zach wrote it, and it was almost sort of we were like, well, we need one more song, and we were trying to like figure out what to do. And like, we have this song that was meant for the next album that we've rehearsed and has lyrics, and like we practiced it enough times, like, why don't we just put it on the EP? So we're very happy that it's come together as such a cohesive whole that people seem to like, because it certainly was not treated like that while we were recording it.
It's actually kind of funny because our drummer was just telling us last night the title track, "The Purpose Is Cruelty," is a song that Josh had written, and that, you know, we had kind of out and like it was in discussion about possibly doing that song. And he was on his way over here to record drum tracks for the EP, and he was listening to the song on the way over, and he just kind of said, you know what, I could probably knock this song out. So he recorded it in like 1 or 2 takes, and it's the title track now. So
yeah, we never even rehearsed it prior to that.
Wow.
Wow. Holy shit.
That's pretty amazing. So
Yeah. Okay, so you talked about the EP was originally supposed to come out around 19 is when you guys started recording it, because Weapons Against Our Will had come out in 16. So the whole COVID, the pandemic and everything that held everything up in 20. So when recording was able to pick back up for it, what was the kind of hold up that from 20 to like, sorry. It's a comment caught my eye here. Sorry. What was a little bit of the delay from 20 when COVID hit to basically now? So, because there was still that's still kind of like a 3-year kind of gap there. So was it basically just the whole pandemic that kind of slowed everything down?
I'd say it was part pandemic, part the fact that things kind of fell apart with Eric, our singer at the time.
Okay.
So we had to go through the whole audition process, and we tried out a couple different people, and Rob ended up eventually being the guy that won out. So, and then of course he had to learn all the material and write some lyrics himself, and the creative process and all of that.
So you basically had to almost do a complete reset, more or less.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think RJ even like re-recorded all of his drum tracks from the original recordings.
So, let me think here. So, Purpose Is Cruelty, Dire Be Killed, and Buried Under Mistakes were on the original EP, and the tracks on there, except for the vocals, obviously were on the original. And then Day Gone and No Further Action Is Required were like brand new, recorded this year, I think. I don't know.
Okay.
I guess last year now, technically. I forgot. It's 2023.
Dagon's actually a song that Josh and Rob had with their old band. We decided to resurrect it for this recording.
Yeah. So what had happened was I had a bunch of songs from my old band that that we never got to record before we broke up, and I liked them. So I got together with Rob, and I was like, let's make an EP out of this, and maybe we can turn it into a band, but it'll just be you and me recording. And we did Day Gone just as like a test. And I showed it to the rest of Hellevate. just because I was like, oh, I think he sounds pretty cool on this. And they were like, why didn't they got mad at me? They're like, why didn't you show this to us earlier? He's like, he sounds like he could sound like this, and like, I guess so, yeah. So he tried out for Hellevate. He did a few demos. He did, I think, of like Street Reaper and First Flame. He just came over and recorded. We already knew how he was live and how he was as a person because we'd known him for so long. So it was purely just like, how can you sound? And he did great. It's like, all right, well, you're in. We already know you, and we're like, we don't have to worry about who you are as a person and a bandmate. So there you go. And then so that EP got shelved because there was no point in doing it anymore, and we just made Dagon a Hellevate song. And so,
well, it definitely worked out good. I have one of my favorites on the album actually. So.
Yeah, I'm happy with how it turned out because I wrote that song like 14 or 15, something like that. I don't remember anymore. And it was originally we play in C standard, and it was originally in E, and it's been slowly going down in tuning and progression over the years.
You said you recorded that song in like every key between E down to C.
Yeah, I have a recording of it in every tuning from E to C because it's been getting down tuned and getting more aggressive over the years.
Well, I mean, that's cool to have that on. So if you ever wanted to do release a different version of that, you could always do that. So that's pretty cool that you have those different recordings of it. So it'd actually be interesting to hear the different tones too. So
yeah, I'm not sure where they all are. I'd have to go digging for them, but I could probably find most of them. And I also imagine I don't really want to hear the earlier ones. They're not really up to snuff anymore.
The boss of our platform, Dan, has commented on here. He said, "Eat Fear, Shit Victory" has been on his playlist since 2019. So he's obviously been a follower of you guys for a while now. So
thanks.
We actually decided to resurrect that song for the show tonight. So
cool.
Yeah, spoilers.
Nice.
Spoiler alert
going tonight. Yeah, it's a great song live. It's a lot of really mean riffs, good intensity, and
I didn't hear much that didn't have a good intensity. If we're being fair,
it was definitely in your face pretty much the whole time. So
yeah, that is
which
the thing about the EP is that it is very fast. That was also, again, I mean, I guess if you ask a thrash band that just grabs songs at random and put them onto a release, they're probably all going to be fast. Right. You kind of have to consciously decide as a thrash band, this song is going to be not fast. And so
that's true. That's very true.
Yeah. So going back to the Dagon thing, I think the thing that interested me when I was reading up on you guys was a lot of that was took from the H.P. Lovecraft, background, and I thought that's pretty cool. I mean, we've heard some stuff, Call of Tulu from Metallica, of course, and some other stuff along the way, but it's kind of odd to hear. You guys are obviously a lot younger than we are, so it's kind of like crazy to hear a younger band talk about H.P. Lovecraft. So I thought it was pretty cool that you guys kind of get some inspiration off of that. So
yeah, I mean, that's all Rob. He wrote the lyrics to that song, so I'm not quite sure what led him to that, but I mean, Lovecraft is so crazy metal. I mean,
yeah, it is.
He was from a time before it even existed, so he was just lucked into it, but like the whole thing just oozes metal. It's such a crazy well to draw from. I'm surprised a lot of bands do it. I'm surprised it doesn't happen more, because I mean, like, literally just grab a random name from like a Lovecraft god or monster, and it sounds pretty metal.
Draw from the darkness of the mythos.
Yeah. So I guess Black Sabbath can have an argument that maybe Lovecraft started metal and they didn't. But
You could definitely make a case. I actually need to pay more attention to the HP Lovecraft universe. I don't have a whole lot of experience in it, which is kind of ironic being a metalhead, but I've got a coworker who's in a metalcore band, and he's like Lovecraft all the time, which I mean is fine, but it's like I hear it all the time. And the funny thing is, when I was listening to the EP, when I got to that track, I was like, I know that from somewhere. I was like, where do I know that from? And it just didn't click right away that it was HP Lovecraft. Because like I say, I don't have the depth that I probably should. So I do need to do a little bit more, I guess catching up, so to speak. But going back what I liked, going back all the way, because like I say, at the beginning of the week, I was making sure that I went all the way back and I listened to, the two LPs. I went back to the beginning and I started and moved my way back up to the EP. So what I like about what you guys did is on the very first album, the very first song was this, self-titled album. Title track is just called Hellevate on the album Hellevate by the band Hellevate. I love that song.
By design, actually. Like
I figured it was, and I love the way you guys did it because it was basically just a fucking balls to the wall introduction, and because in the song you guys were like, we are fucking Hellevate. I was like, yes they are, and they're fucking here. I love that. I was like, that is a amazing way just to start off. It was a great introduction. I fucking loved it. I was like, this is so perfect. And just because it's not, obviously I haven't done this research, but it's not really too often where the very first song of the very first album, title track, it's not super duper often, at least that I can remember off the top of my head, that you get that kind of introduction to the band. So I love the way strategically you guys place that song. I thought it was perfect. And
I actually got into an argument with my singer Ryan at the time, who he wanted to call the album "Eat Fear Shit Victory," but I was like, no, you gotta go with self-titled on the first one, man. Like that's the only release you can do a self-titled release is the first one. Like that's just how it works. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can kind of agree with that. There's other bands obviously who do it later in their career, and I've always wondered that myself. It's like, why did you wait so long? It's like we already know who you are. So I mean, I totally get that point of view of the first album being self-titled. I totally get that.
I mean, if you look at like the Lamb of God, I mean, they obviously the Lamb of God self-titled album was a change in their sound. So
of course,
I think that was pretty much what they were looking at when they said, "We'll self-title this one to show that we're changing a little." And of course, we've talked about this a lot on here that people like Randy Blythe can't do those kind of vocals forever. I mean, eventually they're gonna.
That's true.
Going to have to like back off a little. So he was just showing some range, I think. But I agree. Like growing up in the 80s and 90s metal scene, that the self-titled album was always the very first album with those bands. So so definitely can see the argument there. So
absolutely. And speaking of range, you guys have had a multitude of singers from the self-titled album to now, but every single one of them has always had from even through one of your singers has had a diverse vocal range all the way through. None of your singers have really sang one way all the way through every album. I'm sure that wasn't necessarily by design, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been a collaborative thing. Like I kind of play the producer role when we're in the studio, so I kind of have a thing in mind, like when we go to do a song. And I also like, I like branching out. I like trying different things, trying different styles, which is why, we primarily play thrash, but we have other tracks that are more like, power speed metal type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I have kind of a sound in mind when we go to record things, and I kind of, I guess for lack of a better term, kind of coach the vocalist when we're doing things. And that, I don't want to brag or anything, but I think it turns out pretty well usually when we do it.
Yeah.
Hell no, dude, brag a little. I mean,
I mean, take credit for it. I mean,
yeah, man. But I mean, I get it. It kind of makes sense because kind of like, and Jason, you could speak to this because you've done some acting, so you could speak to this better than I could. But you're kind of, kind of the same way a director's like, all right, do the line again, but say it this way.
Mm-hmm.
So I can kind of understand. Because I can kind of understand.
Kind of what I do, yeah. Honestly.
Yeah, because I mean, on some of the songs, and like I say, I since I've listened to your guys' entire catalog, I can't really cite songs, one by one, but like I say, listening from one album from beginning to end, like you say, you've got thrash, you got power metal, you got speed metal, you've even got a little bit of you've got some songs with a little bit, slightly slower tempo with a little bit of doom feel to it. So I mean, every song kind of has its own motif, and it's got a certain sound you want to go for, not just with the instruments, but the vocal style has to fit, the instruments, so everything can be cohesive. So I can get why, okay, on this song, we want it to be a lot cleaner all the way through. And on this song, we want it to be like on Eat, Fear, Shit, Victory, the vocals are a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I kind of get that, every song, of course, the album as a whole has its own theme, but then every song has got its own theme unto itself. So I can kind of see why you would do that, but it's not, at least for me, it's not too often that with a band that has, more than one singer, that every singer sounds the same, yet at the same time, they approach every album with such, well, I'll just say it, range, really. Cause like I say, there's so many different styles on every album, because I don't know if you guys have been on your bio page at Encyclopedia Metallum, but it has you guys listed as a death / thrash metal band earlier in your career. The funny thing is I, even having you guys listed that way, I didn't really hear any death metal sound from your early from the early music, even in the vocals. So I mean, because I was like, all right, I'm expecting some gutturals in there somewhere, and I never really even heard any. So I was like, that's kind of interesting, because it's more, if anything, if there was any death metal influence in there, it was kind of more, I hope I'm not saying a bad word, more melodic. So I don't know. That's just kind of the way I heard it. I don't know if that's what you were kind of going for. But
I'm the founding member of the band, and I've always kind of had the attitude of we play metal. I like pretty much all genres of heavy metal. I like taking influences from all genres of heavy metal. I don't know, even if it doesn't quite come across in the vocals, we do a fast tremolo type riffs. A lot of the riffing is inspired by death metal, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why every time I get asked to describe what genre do you guys play, I just kind of have to be well, and I just kind of have to boil it down to a couple key words that people will recognize. We tend to come across more as thrash, so that tends to be the one that I describe. But it's like I said earlier, we do a lot of power and speed. With Dagon, we messed around with death metal a little bit. We got some fast mellow death kind of riffs going on and Buried Under Mistakes. Just, I don't know, we have a wide range of influences, and I just we all like heavy metal, we all like all the genres, so we just try to throw in what we love on every song pretty much.
So it's this album, the EP was kind of wild, because we almost didn't get to hear it, because it didn't release on the Friday with everything else. It actually released on Saturday on Spotify. So we were just like, wow, this is kind of, fortunately, I went back and I was like, I'm just going to check again. And I went back and I said, oh, what the hell? It came out on Saturday? What the hell is up with this? But I mean, it's cool. I mean, thank God we got to hear it. But like I said, I would have been pissed if I missed out on it, honestly.
Jason actually had to tell me that it had come out, because we've got a website that we use that lets us know when all of the new releases come out, and you guys were on the list for that particular Friday, so everything releases on Friday, so we've got 24 hours to get an album listened to and get a review written up before we do the show on Saturday morning. So he was like, yeah, it didn't come out, not exactly sure what happened. And then the morning of that next day, he was like, oh shit, I forgot to tell you that new Hellevate came out, and I listened to it and it was awesome. So oh shit, okay. So I listened to it later in the day on Saturday, and I texted him. I was like, oh my God, you're right. It was amazing. And then he sent me, and then it was either later that day. I can't remember if it was later that day on Saturday or if it was it was the next day on Sunday. He sent me a screenshot of the correspondence between you guys. He was like, they're coming on the show. I was like, oh, I was like, yes. So it was kind of strange how it worked out, but you can definitely hear the foundation of all of the albums, not just the EP. You can definitely hear the thrash foundation for sure.
Yeah.
But the fact that you guys do have, as you know, of course, as a collective, you guys do have different and it's kind of like Jason and I too. You guys have all got similar tastes, but at the same time, you still have kind of like these outliers. Like one of you will like this, let's bring this in. One of you guys are like, and when you can put that all together, it does add the diversity that you guys have. And what I like about that for you guys, especially, is it gives you such a, like you said, like a broad range for you to pull from for the next EP, the next LP, whatever. You guys don't have to go in one straight line because you haven't carved out that one niche for yourself. So that's what I like about the broad range of the sound that you guys have created.
I mean, we call ourselves a thrash band, but we've literally covered Candlemass live. So
There you go.
Yeah.
And with me and Chris, like I'll I'm more of the metalcore guy, and he's more of the power metal guy. So if I hear something, if I'm listening to something, I'm like, oh well, I usually try to slide it over his way. If it's more power metal, I'm like, you know more about what to listen to than I do because you like that genre more than I do. So I just feel like it's more. If I pass it over to him, it's going to get more of a fair shake on the actual review because, like I said, I like a lot of power metal. It's just I'm not converse with like a lot of the tones and sounds and the everything. He can like pinpoint all that stuff out, and then most of the time I'm on here going, oh yeah, I did hear that, but and then most time he's like, if he comes across metalcore, he'll be like, hey, you may want to check this out. And so so we kind of like help each other, play off each other a lot. So
yeah, but we're like the two of us though, we're both thrash guys at heart too, and have been. For because we're both in our mid 40s. So I mean we go back to back to the mid 80s, Exodus Testament. So we go back a little ways. So that's kind of where our roots are metal wise. But then of course, you get older and then you're the subgenres come out and you kind of gravitate towards some other ones. So, but it works for us and and obviously what you guys have got going on works for you. Cause I mean, you can't question the results. You absolutely cannot question the results. I want to comment on one thing on the first album because, actually, let me ask this first. On the EP, on The Purpose is Cruelty, on No Further Action is Required, that little sound bite at the beginning before the song kicks in, where did that come from?
I think Zach came up with the idea and Josh made it happen. Basically.
Yeah. Zach just came to me, I think, while we were tracking bass with that idea, and I was like, "Yeah, that sounds really cool. Let me give me a little while, and I'll attempt to make that." And it took me spent a couple hours kind of messing around, literally just in the recording software, the DAW, just sort of like took a AI voice, saying those lines, and then edited it to do it. So it's an entirely original creation. It was Zach's idea, and I put it all together and I handed it to him. He goes, "That's exactly what I had in my head."
Nice, because I was listening to that and I was like, I was trying to place it. I was like, wait a minute, that sounds familiar, but I couldn't place it. So I was like, I'm gonna have to ask them about that because I tied that one in to another one that obviously doesn't belong to you guys. Because when I was listening to the first album, when Urge to Kill Rising came on, when I was listening to that song, I literally chuckled to myself because I was listening to it in my truck, and that song came on, and I noticed what the title of the track was. I just started chuckling to myself. I was like, "There's no way." There's no way. And then it got to the end of the song, and you guys stuck that Homer Simpson Urge to Kill Rising at the end of it. And I just laughed out loud. I just laughed out loud, literally, because I was like, no way they fucking did it. So I thought
that was my design. That was my idea. Like, I don't know. I was like 20 or something, and I had just watched that episode. I was like, you know what? That's actually a really good song title. I'm going to use it.
Yeah, yeah. So I
I mean,
love that
other
you threw that in there.
bigger bands have been inspired by crazier things. So,
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So in back to the chat for a little bit, like Jason said, our boss Dan is here in the chat. He said that "Eat Fear Shit Victory" is a great workout, shooting, driving song.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah, and then he says I've followed for years and I appreciate the diversity and badassery of them. Shit is tight and just makes you move. Buried Under Mistakes is a song I've played about 200 times the past month. So
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, we're that one is pretty cool.
I think Zach and I kind of collaborated on that one.
Yeah.
That was primarily us who did that.
Yeah, I missed the practice one day, and then they hit me up afterwards, like, "Oh, we have a song," and then it was Buried Under Mistakes. So I think they like collaborated, wrote on it together, and I wasn't present for any of it, but yeah, when we recorded it with our original singer. It was like a completely different song. It had a different set of lyrics and everything. And we put a ton of effort into the original version of it. There were like probably at the end of the day something like 20 individual vocal tracks and layers.
Yeah.
And but the singer original Eric, he wrote the lyrics to it, and when he left, didn't feel right to use what he had. So what we did is we just gave an instrumental version to Rob, because I'm sure he had heard it live, but when you hear like an unreleased song live, not a whole lot of it's going to really stick with you. Mm-hmm. So like, you're a blank slate. You don't have any influence. We all know what the original sounds like, and that's going to creep in. You don't. So here you go.
Right.
And he probably wrote like 3 or 4 different sets of lyrics. We go, "Are you ready for it yet?" And he goes, "No, I'm still writing." And like, he sent a set of lyrics, and then the next day go, "No, I'm not going to use those." And he, I don't know if he would have kept the ones that he wrote if he didn't run out of time and had to start recording them, but they're really good, and he did a great job with them. So we're pretty happy with it. But yeah, that song especially went through quite a journey in the process of getting made.
Yeah, Dan says if he had to pick a song, he said that one's his favorite. That one wins. So
yeah, we're glad. A lot of people giving us different answers on what the favorite is, and even we can't really agree on what our favorite is, which I think is a good thing. I mean,
yeah,
there's not one clear best song,
right? Yeah.
There's so much good stuff. I mean, you guys do that. It's really, like I said, it's almost one of those things where we have to come down to the end of the year and do our top picks for the album of the year, and we're just like, how the fuck are we going to narrow this down to 10 out? I mean, because there's so much good stuff out there, and then trying to narrow it down is just, especially with like I said, from what I've heard from you guys, it's like if I had to narrow anything down, I would probably be here for an hour going. No, I'd probably be erasing and changing, and I may wind up right back where I started, but I would still be like, no, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, you definitely have to write the list in pencil for sure. Yeah, you absolutely would.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So do you happen to know what any of the other lyrics for that song were? Do you know what any of them were, or did he keep them a secret till you guys recorded?
No, I don't know about all of them. There's one set of lyrics that he was almost set on, and I forget the song title. But yeah, there was one set of lyrics that we did get to see because he settled on them for long enough to send them to us before he changed his mind again. But otherwise, yeah, he kept it under wraps. But our singers like to do that. There was when Drew was in the band, he had a tendency to lie about lyrics, whether or not he had written lyrics. We'll like to play a song live with the song Switchblade from Weapons Against Their Will. He came up with the song title literally just on a whim when cornered. We were like, "Did you write lyrics for the song?" I'm like, yeah, sure. I sure did. What's the name of the song? He went, Switchblade. And then he went on stage and he just kind of babbled for 4 minutes.
Oh, and
then had to build a song around the word Switchblade.
Wow.
So we're kind of used to singers doing this to us, and it's worked creatively, so we kind of let them do it.
So Victor had a question in the chat. Said, "Was your guys' full-length album the first full-length album from 2012 or 17?" It was from 12. The reason he asked
it was
that
from 12.
is because
on Spotify it's listed as
had-
17. Yeah, no, that's I don't know why it's listed as that. It was released in 2012 for some reason. Spotify listed as 2017. I'm not sure why, but no, it is 2012.
Yeah,
It's actually
2012, and then the Kill Confirmed EP was 2014, I believe.
Yeah,
and then Weapons was 16, and everything should be accurate after that.
I did find it amazing that you guys have stayed pretty consistent in like a short amount of time, especially with changing singers like you have. So I think it's pretty amazing that you guys are actually been able to compile what you needed to with the new vocalist and push that out there so fast. I think that's pretty amazing to me anyway. I mean, I'm not musically talented at all, so
especially
I can't even play the milk jug. So I mean,
yeah, especially to have a different singer on every major release. To be able to 8, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19. Of course, we're talking EPs and singles too, but still to be able to put out, and of course everyone knows the pandemic got everybody to a certain extent, so that is totally understandable why you went from 16 to 23 between your last LP and the EP. That only makes sense. But yeah, it was actually kind of funny that Victor had asked that question, because Jason and I we were actually on here last night doing a little bit of an equipment test for him, and he actually mentioned the same thing. And I actually noticed the same thing earlier in the week, because I was like, I started out on Monday with the debut LP, and I was like 17, okay, and then I went to Weapons Against Their Will. I was like 17. I was like, did they put out 2 LPs in 1 year?
Oh,
so
for us.
We're not Black Sabbath. We can't do that.
Yeah,
right.
We're not capable of doing that.
Yeah. So then when I got done with Spotify and I was starting to do, the write-ups and everything, and was starting to get all my notes together for the show, I got on the bio page and I was like, okay, 12 and 16.
Yeah.
I was like, they must have got it listed wrong. I said, maybe that in my head, I was like, well, maybe that's when both of the albums actually got added to Spotify. Maybe that
might be what it is.
So yeah, I didn't know.
I was like, man, these guys are gonna be the next Trivium. Like,
So yeah, when he and I were on here last night, he said, did both of those albums come out in 17? So I noticed, he noticed, Victor noticed, and you guys already knew what question he was gonna ask. So obviously this is something you guys are not new to. Just kind of ironic. Of course, I don't know if there's any way to even get a hold of Spotify. I'm like, hey, can you fix that shit? People keep asking.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look and see. I think it's just some quirk about the way the time it got added based on the services you use. I don't really know.
Yeah.
If it happened in 2017 and that's when we added it, then I definitely don't remember what happened specifically. So
Spotify be like, we can change it to 7 cents for every time we change it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Victor, our buddy Victor says, I see Hellevate has a show in Kansas today, which you guys mentioned before that we went on the air. Any upcoming shows in Nashville or the area? Because our buddy Victor lives in Nashville, so he lives about 40 minutes away from where Jason and I live. So we all three of us live in Middle Tennessee here. So he's actually asked a good question. Do you guys have anything coming out this way in the future?
That was definitely going to be a question coming up anyway. Might as well going to get it out there.
We're working on branching out a couple different places. We have a couple things coming up that haven't been announced yet that will we'll branch out a little bit, but we're always looking to branch out, looking for new contacts. So hey, you guys know anybody in Nashville, send them our way, man. We'll totally come down and play. We'd love to play Nashville.
Yeah,
actually, one of our other friends in the chat, our buddy Dana over at Metal and Tats, he is actually an organizer. So we may be able to send Dana's information your guys' way. So
yeah. We'd appreciate that. We'd love to come down.
Dana, hit us up.
Well, I mean, the good thing about Nashville is like there's so many venues that put on shows in Nashville. Like it's just unreal. So it's not the lack of places to play for sure. So
yeah, it's definitely not that. I mean, it's definitely called Music City for a reason. I mean, and that's the funny thing is it's not just country music. I mean, my wife and we were up in Nashville last week for a birthday party, and we ultimately ended up at Kid Rock's place. And there are multiple levels in this place, and there's a live band on every floor, and there was a little bit of everything being played on every floor. I mean, there was country, there was rock, there was, oddly enough, there was rap being played by just regular old musical instruments. So that was a little strange, but and it was being played by white people, which is always odd. But so sitting there like the song comes on, is like, you're playing that? Really? Okay. So it was weird, but it was a pretty cool place. But yeah, so just because Nashville is known for country music, that's far from the only style of music that people will go to Nashville for. Jason, Dana, Victor, and I can all attest to that shit. There are metalheads galore in Nashville. So, there's plenty of places. There's plenty of places to play, and there's plenty of people who would come to see it. As long as it's promoted right, because we ran into that issue for one of our. We ran into that issue in Knoxville with a show that we went to, and some of our new friends to the show now ran into, which was kind of a bummer. But we won't get into that. But yes, we'll definitely hook Dana up with your guys' contact info and see what you guys can come up with.
Yeah, we appreciate that. We love to come anywhere that will have us.
Yeah, we had a lot of like out of town contacts pre-pandemic, but of course a lot of them have kind of either left or their venues have closed and whatnot. So we're in a way, we're kind of like starting from scratch a little bit. We have a handful of old contacts, but we're kind of working on rebuilding our network a little bit now.
I feel like y'all are in a good spot too. Like being in Kansas City is kind of a, you can go out west pretty, reasonably. You can move to the east a little reasonably. You can go a little north. I mean, probably not as reasonable to go to like Wisconsin or Washington or anything like that. But I mean, you can go, Michigan and stuff like that's probably pretty reasonable. But I was actually thinking about that when I was like, man, they're in kind of a cool little place where they can kind of go, whichever direction they want to, and pretty much hit a lot of big cities. So,
yeah.
Plus, we're in the Midwest. We're used to being in the car forever to get anywhere.
Yeah.
Man, I'll tell you, I was like 13, and my uncle drove to El Paso, Texas, from Nashville, so I can definitely attest to that. Back then it wasn't as people don't understand. Like, oh well, you just get off an exit. No, man, back then in the '80s, it was like 138 miles to your next exit. It's like, so if you had to go to the bathroom, you better go because you had like a 2-hour drive before you got anywhere else. So
so it wasn't. That drive to Denver is brutal, dude. Like you get on I-70 and Google Maps is like, stay on this route for 570 miles. It's like, oh.
The worst drive that I've had recently was I had to go a couple years ago. My daughter was married and she was leaving her husband, whatever. So I had to go up and get her in Colorado. And we were driving back, and I said, and we were coming through Kansas, and I said, and like I'm talking about this, that was the longest drive I'd ever had in my life, dude. I couldn't stay awake. There wasn't nothing but fucking farms and windmills. I was like, Jesus Christ, man! Like, how's people live out here, man? It was pretty crazy. But yeah, Midwest is definitely a stretch of road, pretty much in any direction. It's just going to be that, a stretch of roads.
Basically, yeah.
So are all you guys from Kansas City, or I mean, because I didn't.
Rob actually is from Tennessee originally. Do you know where, by chance?
I don't. I'm not confident in my answer. If he were here, you could ask him, but I'm not going to say where because I might get it wrong. But yeah, our singer is from Tennessee as well. But the rest of us are from around here.
It's pretty wild to hear like a lot of of metal bands coming from our area, especially vocalist wise. Because I mean, Whitechapel's from here, 10 Years are from here. There's a lot of bands. Shinedown, Brent Smith's from around here. So a lot of bands that are in the spotlight now are from Tennessee, and you hear those vocals, and then you hear me talking, and you're like, "There's no fucking way," but
Okay, well, it does say that Rob is from Nashville, but
okay,
but at the same time,
it could be a
Nashville,
surrounded,
right? Nashville could be Brentwood, it could be Madison,
Yeah.
it could be
But
Greenbrier.
it could be like us too. A lot of bands. That's where you at, and I tell them, well, I'm close to Nashville because nobody knows where Columbia, Tennessee is. So
Right, not in the grand scheme of things, they don't. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but so where exactly are you guys playing tonight?
It's a venue. It's called Vivo Live Events. It's in Overland Park, Kansas.
Okay.
It's a venue. It's owned by our buddy Andy J, who we actually the 2014 EP Kill Confirmed. We actually recorded that with him. So we've known this guy forever. We've done shows with his old band Marasmus before. So yeah, he after when things started opening back up, he was basically like, "Hey, I bought a bar. People can start playing shows."
Yeah.
So we hit him up about this show, and we had to go through some issues with double booking because venues are like a hot commodity right now. But
Yeah.
we ended up getting this date, and we're ready to party tonight.
Yeah.
It's cool because like if we hook you guys up with Dana, then there's Dana, a new venue to try to take some of his bands to. So that'd be cool.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we're always down to like build a network and show swap. And
Well, I mean,
that stuff.
because I mean that's kind of why we did this thing is me and Chris. I tell this story a lot, but for newer bands that come on here, the whole reason we did this was because we were set out by a fire and just chill on Friday nights, play music or whatever, and then there'd be songs come on this playlist, and I'd be like, "Who the fuck is this?" And then we'd like look it up, and it'd be like Onslaught, which this was like 4 years ago now, but we were just like, "Who the fuck is Onslaught?" And then we look back, and they've been around since like 80 something. Like, what the fuck? How are we missing this
Onslaught
shit?
rules, man. I love that band.
It's like,
Onslaught
I actually almost wear their shirt for this show tonight.
Nice.
It's like,
very nice.
Yeah, so we were just like, how are we missing this shit? And if we're missing it, how many other metalheads are missing it? So,
Yep.
So we decided we want to do this and like promote a lot of these bands that you normally wouldn't probably hear about. So and that's kind of like what we built up our reputation to do. Is we feel like you can get not anybody can get Metallica, but everybody knows those stories. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Everybody knows the clip art. I mean, what are you going to ask these guys if you do have them on your show? Like all this stuff already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We want to get a band in here that's trying to push their product. We want to help them push their product, and then we want to hear more about them personally and their experiences. So
Yeah, we appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and it just shows like how hard a lot of these bands work because most of the bands that we talk to are still 9-to-5 employees somewhere, and they're still having to push trying to push this product. And in the end game, we all hope that you guys are able to just work on the music itself, and that'd be it.
Yeah.
Of course, that's everybody's dream. I'm sure in music, but
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like that anybody we talk to on here that we do feel like that you guys have potential to be that next big thing somewhere. So.
Mm-hmm.
I'd really like to be.
Yeah.
we would like you to be too. Absolutely.
There's been talks, from Melissa White Glues and other bands talking about, who's the next big thing after, Metallica's and the Megadeths and all them hang it up. I mean, you got somebody's got to take their spot. You might as well be Hellevate, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll take it.
Yeah, we actually had one of the reviews we got for the new EP. They were like, "Exodus, you guys can retire now."
I saw that.
Wow.
I did. I saw that.
Yeah, that was a very glowing review. That was I don't even think I like the EP as much as that guy did. I appreciate the kind words. I'm glad somebody really likes it, but I mean, I don't even think I would say some of this stuff about our songs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, unfortunately,
my whole thing. My whole thing.
A lot of these bands get to that age where they just like we just heard where Ozzy's retiring. So I mean, these bands are getting to that age where it's definitely in their minds. I mean, unfortunately, and then like I said, might as well bring up newer bands that are younger and have a longevity to be in the next band to be around at 70.
Mhm.
So,
Yep.
But I get it. I mean,
Yeah. And as far as I'm concerned, when I saw that review, I saw the same review you did. I was like, why can't we just have both?
right. Yeah, we don't ever want to see anybody.
What's wrong with having both? What's wrong with having Hellevate and Exodus? I mean, shit.
Yeah.
Hell, put them on tour together for Christ's sake, for all I care.
Yeah.
Just do that.
We played with them a couple times, so the precedent's there, man.
Yeah,
cool.
We've twice
now, yeah.
almost.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we played with them
awesome.
a couple times, and they were great both times. We played with them. They're very cordial and welcoming, accommodating, all that stuff.
Yeah, they like went out of their way to like make things easier on us, and it's like, wow, you guys are way cooler than Destruction was.
Wow.
Oh man.
So
that's kind of a bummer to hear because I'm sure we're all Destruction fans too. So that's kind of a downer.
Well, it's more like the venue we were playing had a small stage, and they wanted to not only backline everything, but they had their amps in like a kind of a U shape on stage. And then they put all their road cases like right down in front of the stage. So like we barely had room to set up drums. Like we were both like just all kind of standing there playing like this. Our singer had to like stand on their road cases to like perform basically.
Oh my
so
God.
they just kind of hogged the stage, and they weren't even playing. So
Yeah.
What the fuck?
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they played a great show, and I'm sure they're cool guys. I don't really remember getting to talk to them much, but yeah, the way they set their stage up made it difficult for us. While Exodus was like, "Oh, do you guys need us to move Tom's kit back so that you have more room to put your kit?" We're like, wow, I didn't think that you guys don't need to ask us, be accommodating to us like that if you don't want to. But we're glad that they were. Yeah.
We got to hang out with Zeko after the show. He was just chilling and talking with us. Actually, our I think who was it? Tom Hunting, I think, like hung out and like started talking like football because he was a 49ers fan. Like it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So speaking of that, are you guys Chiefs fans or?
Mm-hmm. Well,
so y'all are excited. Y'all are excited.
Obviously, not Rob. Rob isn't a Chiefs fan.
He's a Titans guy.
Yeah, he's a Titans fan, but the rest of us, well, I mean, he and I are Chiefs fans. I don't really think.
Yeah, I don't think Zach and RJ are really.
Yeah, RJ and Zach, but yeah, you can't really see it, but there's a Chiefs thing behind me right now.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for me, I was, back when I got into football, I kind of rode the Dallas train back in the early '80s. So sometimes I wish I'd just get off, but but hey, I'm
like that.
Yeah, I'm diehard, man. So it is what it is. Like I always say Dallas is the team that gets talked about no matter what position they're in. So
that is true.
Well, I'm originally from Michigan, so I've been a Lions fan my whole life. So Jason, you have no reason to talk about jumping off your bandwagon.
What part of Michigan, by the way?
I'm from Ann Arbor.
Oh, okay. My mom's from Saginaw originally. So.
Oh, no kidding. All right, that's cool.
Yeah, that's where my mom's whole side of the family is.
Ah, nice. My sister and my mom and dad are living back up there. They live in Bay City now. So,
cool.
Which is another miraculous thing about the show is he's from Ann Arbor and I'm a Notre Dame fan. So
yeah, right.
It just proves we can all get along, man. So.
Yeah, we can. Yes, we can. I noticed you got Back to the Future and Predator on the wall there behind you. I can see that between the two of you.
Yeah. So we're in my basement / recording studio right now. I was posters back there.
I was just about to ask that because you guys were talking about, here someone said we're here doing the, drum tracks and everything. So I figured you guys probably had your own studio. So
yeah.
And that's
built
actually
this in like.
It's kind of been a work in progress for a while now.
Yeah, it's still not done.
Yeah.
It's still far from done. But yeah, we were building it in 2019. We were literally hanging up the acoustic treatment. There's another room over to my left, which is the live room, and also where we rehearse. And we were hanging up the acoustic treatment in there as RJ was setting up to start tracking the initial drum tracks for the EP. So yeah, it's been a work in progress, mostly for this EP. I remember we went to buy gear, like like a few days beforehand or something like that.
Yeah. RJ worked at Guitar Center at the time, so we got hella discounts on cables and stands and
Nice.
such.
Yeah.
So do you guys produce your own thing, or do y'all just like practice there and then go to a studio and shoot it all in like a day or two? Or
That's pretty much all self-contained.
Yeah. Do pretty much everything here.
I know a lot of bands are doing it. Like a lot of the bands we talked to, like Ashes
Yep.
Rain out of Virginia, do the same thing. You know, they're both of the guys that are in that band are big tech guys anyway. One of them's IT, one of them does like web design, so they kind of know their ins and outs for all that stuff. But I think it's kind of cool to hear a lot of the younger bands doing that, you know, doing their own thing, and if honestly for it to sound like the way it does is pretty amazing to me. It's like it just lets you know how high tech everything's gotten, because you couldn't have done, you know, your own stuff in the 80s. It would probably sound like you were in a coffee can, but
Yeah.
It's much harder to do this kind of thing back then
than
it is now.
But I think it's cool because I think that cuts out a lot of like cuts out a lot of expense that you guys wouldn't normally have as going, you know, paying. I don't know what it is. I think one guy was talking about it was like $1,500 a day or something to go in, like,
I think that's what
record
it
in a
was.
studio
Yeah,
or
I think
something.
that's what
Like,
it was.
wow, that's freaking crazy. But
I don't think there are a ton of studios that cost quite that much around here. But yeah, that's partially why we did it. I mean, Dan and I are audio guys. He does audio live for a living, and
cool. Okay.
and so we're like, well, we can just do it ourselves. Which is probably a critical mistake that many people make, but we're able to turn it back around into something that was actually good. And so built this studio and been recording other bands here too, not just Hellevate. But
cool.
Oh, nice.
there's a bunch of Hellevate gear over in the live room, and it's mostly Hellevate space, but other bands are allowed to come in every now and then and do their thing if they want to.
Oh, cool.
What it also does is it also shows the amount of talent that a particular band has, that it's not just on the instrument side. When a band like you guys or Ashes Rain is basically making their own music, they have their hand in all of it. It sounds the way they want. It's recorded the way they want it to. They can get everything out the way they have. Like you said you got a sound in your head, and you know how you want it to sound. And if you're the one who's able to create it, you don't have to worry about some guy getting this switch wrong or this dial wrong or whatever. You don't got to worry about somebody else having their hands on your shit. So, but it also is like, hey, you know, we played the music, but we also made the music sound the way we wanted to. So it just further reinforces the talent that a band has. Okay, we can play the music, but we can also make it sound the way we wanted it to.
Yeah.
It just it makes for, as far as I'm concerned anyway, it just to have that ability, it just kind of makes everything complete. I mean, everything's complete. Everything's complete once it's put out. I get it, but
yeah,
I don't exactly know. I don't know a better way to explain it, especially since I'm not making my own music. So just kind of the way it's just kind of the way I'm perceiving it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if you guys
pretty much
feel
how
the
it
same
works.
way,
Like I mentioned earlier, I kind of tend to play like the producer role. I'm kind of the big picture guy. Like, you know, I've got a degree in music, so I know like the exact notes and melodies. Like if they come into my head, I can actually like reproduce them and be like, hey, it goes like this. Whereas Josh handles a lot of the like technical side of things. I do a little bit of the tracking, but he's the primary tracking engineer, and he also does all the mixing, mastering, and all that stuff. So we work as a really good team, I think.
Yeah.
Has that been like a thing since the beginning, or is that kind of like something you guys just done like the last couple albums? Or
so I started the group. Technically, I started the band in like 04, 05, but I was like 14, 15 then. So how serious can you be as a band, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. We kind of messed around for a little bit. I'm the only guy left from that like era. We didn't really start like seriously like playing and, you know, doing shows and stuff till probably like 09, which by then we had RJ, my drummer, who was also my younger brother, and we had Zach in at that time as well. We started playing shows around then. Again, we had, you know, fluctuating lineup stuff happen. Ryan and our original guitarist, Joe, ended up leaving over some ego drama bullshit. I don't know. It's band shit. That's when we brought in Drew, and we had another friend of ours, Alec, who plays in a band out of Topeka called Bleed the Victim. He was in for a little bit. He played on the 2012 EP, the Kill Confirmed EP. It became clear after a year or two that he wasn't really able to fully commit. And so we had just met this young new band called ALO. And I was like, hey, maybe, this guy, maybe he'd be interested. So I shot him a message. He's just like, no, sounds fun. So he's been in probably, 14, 15, somewhere around there?
20, like very beginning of 2014 or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't, Weapons Against Their Will, we did the guitars, DI, mostly him, but the rest we went to studios to record. We didn't really feel confident in our abilities then to do it on our own, because doing it on your own and being able to be the sole creators of it is good. It works if you have the technical ability to do so, but it is pretty difficult to really do it like that. It takes a lot of experience and a decent amount of gear. I mean, you don't need to get crazy with it, but there is a certain level of buy-in, and we didn't have that, or I didn't feel like I could mix it well enough to be like an official Hellevate release. It wasn't until after that album that we were like, we think good enough that we can do this on our own. So everything after Weapons Against Their Will has been produced by the two of us.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know if it would have been me, like you say you got a degree in music and you know all the notes and melodies. If it was me, I'd be like, yeah, I want it to sound like this. Can you make it sound like that? And be like, yeah. I'd be like,
yeah, that's recording other bands. That's kind of how it is. You have to sort of interpret their ideas, their attempts at explaining to you what they want and turn it into something that they go, yes, that's what I want it to sound like. And sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
It depends on the artist and what it is they're going for. It can be hectic sometimes, and sometimes it's just smooth.
Yeah. Kind of like when you go to a mechanic, you're like, my car's making this noise, and you got a mechanic's got to go, well, that could be anything.
Yeah, exactly. Or compared to sometimes where it's like this specific thing is broken. Can you fix it? Yeah.
I used to be a mechanic, and we'd have people like call, like message me or something on the phone and be like, "Hey, my car's doing this." I'm like, "Oh, okay." I mean, unless I'm there, like looking at it, I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
it's like trying to Google medical symptoms and going on WebMD, like, "Oh,
never do that."
Cancer, obviously.
Never do that.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I'm dead right now. Shit. Okay.
I know. I told me.
So Dana had to head out, but he wanted to say that he would like us to pass a link on to his Facebook group over at Metal and Tats, and he said maybe we can work something out in the future. He says he'd absolutely love to do that, so we will definitely pass your guys' info along to him. And then he also did say that Jack from Exodus lives in the Nashville area too, so he does live around here.
So I don't know if we touched on this and I missed it, but I seen where like RJ had was in the band until 16 and then he came back at 19. What was going on there?
Yeah, there was. I'm not going to go too deep into it.
Was that the drama you were talking about? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, there was. Well, it was a different kind of issue. There was some drama that happened at the time. I'll be honest. We had a friend of ours, Chris Wilson, who also plays in a band here in town called Troglodyte. He was in for a little bit, and then we had our friend Ed, who he was like, I can't just sit by and watch this thing die. So he basically learned how to play drums to support us for a little while.
Cool.
He ended up having to leave because he had some family issues, which is when we approached RJ about reconnecting. And of course, we're a little older and a little wiser at this point, so things have kind of worked out since then.
I just think it's cool how you guys can squash whatever happened and then reconnect and bring things back. I mean, I wish a lot of other bands could do that. As easy, but a lot of our favorite bands growing up, like Skid Row, we wish Rachel Bolan and Sebastian Bach would squash their shit just to do a tour or something, just so we can hear those songs again. But probably never going to happen. But
that's crazy to me.
We can always.
How long did it take Guns N' Roses to get back together?
Way too long. Yeah, way too long.
I mean, we all know the ego that Axl had though in those days. So it's It's definitely understandable on their end. But it was something else I was going to ask you guys. I can't remember what it was now. Anyway.
It'll come to you. But let's ask them the same thing we ask every band.
I know what it was. I was going to ask them where the Danawar name came from. So.
Oh, Manowar.
I kind of figured that.
I was hoping so. Yeah, I was hoping so.
We're all well, as big a fan of Manowar as you can be, given the kind of band that they are. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's hard to be a fan of Manowar in the way that you are of, say most other bands, because there's some level of irony in being into Manowar, at least on my part.
Yeah,
but
it's almost borderline. It's almost borderline Anvil type, It's like,
yeah, kind of. It's just you have to embrace the absurdity of
and
them,
the wackiness and all that other stuff.
Yeah. I mean,
actually, our last show before pandemic struck, we actually opened for Ross the Boss's band in February of 2019. Or no, February of 2020.
Yeah.
And they were actually super cool too. They had a LED video wall behind them, and they totally didn't have to, but they brought up our logo and had a fire graphic going behind it, which we didn't ask them to do that. Nobody they just kind of did it as a favor to us. So
that's very cool.
Super cool of them.
I spent half the set with my back to the audience, just staring at our logo on the video wall. I was like, that is so cool, man. I never thought that we'd be able to play at a venue that has one of these things.
Yeah. And
you were standing there staring and going, they can hear me. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. They can hear me. They don't need to see my face.
Well, to give away since you brought that up, to give away a little bit in a segment later on when you guys are probably going to be in another show, but Mark Lopez actually is the new Metal Church singer. So
we were just talking about that the other day, actually.
Yeah, we saw that announcement. That's really cool. He was really good.
Yeah,
when we saw him with Ross the Boss, he was killing it. He was hitting those Eric Adams screams. It's like seeing Manowar, but without having to listen to Joey DeMaio talk. That's hateful.
Oh, I'm actually looking forward to that, to see what that's going to sound like. I think it's going to be pretty.
Yeah,
I think so too. I really do. All right, so
another thing that I was wanting to talk about, because I know what he's fixing to get into, and I'm trying to save that for a little bit longer.
that's fine.
But, so we're me and Chris both are big on artwork. So of course, these albums covers are pretty fucking amazing, man. If you look at them, so just wondering if that was the same person that did all those, or
I forget who did the first one. It might have. Honestly, it might have been Shannon, our ex-singer Ryan's fiance at the time. At least I know she did a bunch of Photoshop work with it. I don't know if she actually drew the thing, but
gotcha.
Let me see. Kill Confirmed and Weapons Against Their Will. That was an artist out of Brazil named Caio Caldas. He did a couple. His main claim to fame is that he did several album artworks for Dragon Force. He also did Christopher Lee's metal album that he released.
Nice. Okay.
I don't think we had an album for Last of the Fell, did we?
No, Last of the Fell was made by me in about 5 minutes because Bandcamp required an artwork.
Yeah.
Right.
And Krampusnacht, I really like that artwork. That was done by a local artist named Carl Dahmer, who does he does just all kinds of, I can't even think off the top of my head. He does all kinds of work for not just bands, but he does, t-shirt designs and, comics and stuff like that too.
Yeah.
He's really good. And then this most recent one was a guy that Josh found. His name's Mario Lopez. He's done a lot of metal album artwork. It's interesting with him. Oh, we need to update that picture, but it's interesting with him because he
from Saved by the Bell, right?
He's the only artist we've worked with so far that hasn't done digital artwork. He did it traditional with acrylics, and it turned out really good.
Yeah, he painted it, and if you zoom in really close, you can see the canvas, the texture of the canvas. Yeah, it was really cool. We were I'm trying to remember. Yeah, we were doing band pictures, and we were discussing artists and concepts and stuff, and we settled on. Well, we hit up a couple different people, but Mario was the the guy we were most impressed with and willing to, hire him, just we could afford him basically. And we came up with an idea for the art. I have like the sketch. The sketch is the same idea, but like executed from a completely different angle. And we handed it to Mario and he gave us a sketch of that. And I was like, that's not at all what my original, what I imagined in my head, but this is really cool too. So go for it. And he gave us that art, and a lot of people have been saying that they really like the art, and we're a big fan of it too. We're trying to get our money's worth out of it.
It's that actually is so crazy that you guys are we do a segment at the end of the year where we go through like some of the great artwork throughout the year too. Our end of the year segment's pretty much the best of everything. So
pretty much,
So for you guys to be on the artwork and the EP already is pretty pretty cool in our book. But I love the levitation and all that stuff going on there. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's kind of funny about this artwork that you have pulled up right now? We didn't notice until we had like big blown up versions of it made so that we could like put them on the front of our amps. And if you zoom in really close on the bottom left, you can clearly see a grunt from the Halo games.
Just to the left of the main guy. Right next to him, the guy that's like right next to that guy.
Down there, yeah.
It's just like, he just grabbed.
Yeah. No, right next to him, like on over another. Yeah,
that guy right there is an elite from Halo.
Yep. Okay, I can see that.
I thought he was a grunt. I haven't played those games in a while. So.
Yeah, that's an elite from Halo. So.
I was just about to say
Easter egg there for you.
I was just about to say everybody knows now that I've never played Halo because I didn't know who the fuck you were talking about. Like this guy. I had no.
Yeah. I didn't even notice it until we got the blown up versions of it. I'm like, wait a second, that looks an awful lot like an elite from Halo. So hopefully, Microsoft doesn't come for us, or we get put on one of those art plagiarism.
Yeah, we won't tell Bill Gates if you won't. That's
okay. We're trying to keep that under wraps. Don't notice the elite.
Yes.
We have to go back and read those comments in the editing or something.
Right. Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't edit anything. Everything's pretty much all natural live. So
no, we don't.
We have to redact part of this interview.
I guess we could go in and like do something later, but. I always like the rawness of being live, so it kind of catches the flaws and the good and everything in there. So I know you're going to ask, Chris.
Of course, I would like to think that if somebody from Microsoft got wind of that shit, they would take a look at it and they would be like, "Is that really a hill we want to die on?" I mean,
right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Realistically, I can't imagine it'll be a big deal, but.
If anything, it would just get us more publicity, and I'm okay with that, honestly.
Yeah. That's true.
Oh, this is the band that big tech is trying to take down. Okay. I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
That's true.
It's like, no, ours is on fire, dude. Yours is not.
Yeah, he's different enough. He's got that weird thing attached to his arm that's not in the games.
Yeah.
Hey, there you go. Hey, that's your whole case right there. That's your case.
Yeah.
All right, so Jason does know where I'm going with this because we like to ask everybody, but we want road stories. Do you guys have any?
Yeah, well, we have the one.
Which one?
The West Texas Death Fest.
Oh God. So we can tell it without naming names.
Yeah,
I think that's
yeah. You don't. You can keep people incognito. That's fine.
Yeah. So several years back, we played a festival in Amarillo, Texas. It's called West Texas Death Fest, and the promoter had it set up so that all of the bands were staying at the same hotel. It was this big ass hotel. We first night we all got there, we kind of got rowdy. We were pretty much just kind of walking around the whole building as a group, just kind of, I don't want to say terrorizing, but we were just kind of doing whatever. And like, it's Texas, you can smoke indoors. So people were just kind of doing whatever. Eventually the party kind of ended up in our room, which was a mistake looking back. I'll tell you that. And one of the guys in one of the bands had, we were all pretty inebriated at this point. He took the Bible that was comes with the hotel room. And dude started like ripping pages out of it and, throwing them everywhere. And then he stepped out on our balcony, takes the thing, lights it on fire, and like just throws it out into the parking lot in like the reddest part of Texas, by the way. I want to mention that.
Oh my God.
So they all just kind of scatter. And next thing I know, I have Texas state troopers at the door and I'm having to like explain the situation. And we temporarily got kicked out of the hotel and it was just the whole thing. But the set went really well. So that was good. There's also, we used to play this venue up in Chicago. I think the last time we played there, we were up there. It was kind of a DIY place, but it was pretty cool. We had finished the set. We had an amazing set. It was a really fun night. We went to go load out, and I kind of absentmindedly walked out onto the sidewalk with a beer in my hand. And lucky for me, Chicago PD just happened to be cruising by at that exact moment. So they grabbed me. They detained me for a while they were, looking up, making sure I wasn't like a dangerous criminal or anything. And they're like, okay, we're going to let you go. I just need you to know this is Latin Kings territory. This place is probably run by them. So watch your back. And we said, oh shit. Wow. And they started like circling the block, basically looking for someone to like arrest. So I think we made like record time loading up our trailer and we got the fuck out of there.
Yeah, there was a point in time, I think, while he was outside that the people who operated it were like, the cops are here. So they locked the door. They locked us in. They're like, keep it tight, keep it quiet. And people were starting to get a little rowdy that they weren't allowed to leave or like play or anything. And thankfully, they were able to open the door right before it started to become a problem. But yeah, that a lot of our stories are in that place. There was like a garage or something like that. It was weird. There wasn't a stage, and it was some of the rowdiest, most aggressive crowds we've ever played for. So there's nothing keeping them away from you.
Okay.
So. Yeah.
I almost had speakers fall on top of me. Like, the pit got out of control and some dude got like thrown into the speaker stack right next to me and it almost like toppled on top of me. And like, I was lucky because a couple people caught it in time. But
yeah, I've had one side, someone got launched out of the pit, ran directly into me and like knocked my guitar out of my hands. And yeah, it was always like the most insane shows there. But for that reason, it was always a lot of fun because the crowd would go absolutely crazy. And since you're like, basically in the pit with them,
right?
You get like you're playing a show, but also the energy of being inside of a mosh pit.
Yeah.
It's crazy intense.
Yeah. So what we gather is for public service announcement here is Hellevate does not endorse burning of Bibles. So just so we know, just so we're clear. So.
You can just don't burn the Bible that we're responsible for. Yeah.
Burn your own Bible. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
The one in your own room. Yeah.
Yeah. What I think was there was a guy below us in the hotel who was like he was mad at us. I remember like when we first showed up, our singer Drew and bassist Zach was like talking to each other on the balcony. He came out and like yelled at them. So imagine if talking on a balcony is enough to like draw this guy's ire, imagine there's about like 30 people drunk screaming. So I remember he was on the balcony burning the Bible, and I was like, well, I mean, that's I guess whatever. But then I see him, he looks down and he's talking to a guy. I'm like, oh, that guy saw.
To be fair, it was kind of funny because the dude was out there. He's holding the Bible up. It's on fire. The dude yells up at us, "Hey man, chill." And he's just standing there with a burning Bible. He's like, "Oh, I'm chill."
If it weren't for everything that happened afterwards, it would have been very funny. But
yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah. So after that, we've tried to clamp down on the craziness.
Yeah.
So we don't have anything that crazy that's happened.
We'll still get rowdy, but it's not going to happen in our room.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
We did get a noise complaint in South Dakota about a month ago, though. So
yeah. So
it's so funny. I was when I was in the wrestling business, a lot of the crazy stories were from hotel rooms too. So it's kind of crazy to hear.
You just go to a hotel room
the hotel rooms are hotel rooms are great, especially when you get a bunch of kind of like what we say, a band of brothers together. So it's always going to be something crazy happen. So
yeah. You just have a bunch of guys in a room that there's nothing to do besides like lay on the bed and watch TV. So you're gonna
and drink.
and drink. So you're gonna eventually do
Uh-huh.
something that you probably shouldn't. And they're never insulated well enough. So,
Right.
Oh no,
Yeah.
no, absolutely not. And plus, you've always heard you always hear all the classic stories about the shit that used to happen in hotels anyway. So it's kind of like a rite of passage kind of thing.
Like Pete Townsend and just trashing rooms and shit like that.
Yeah. And what was that?
Or Motley
What was-
Crue. You know?
Yeah,
yeah, that's what I
yeah,
was thinking. Molly Crew.
that's what I was thinking. I was thinking the same thing.
And it's bad when your band manager says, I managed Kiss, and Motley Crue's damaged 10 times more shit than Kiss ever did. So,
Yeah.
and they hadn't been around near as long, so it's kind of, it lets you know how wild they were back in the day. So.
Well, you
Mhm.
just hope you don't get to the point where your stories involve piss and or ants. So I mean,
Well, that's true, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a couple in that vein that involve our bassist Zach, but for his
Oh.
dignity,
Oh no.
for his dignity, we won't
Yeah.
tell them. But he's gotten into quite a bit of trouble.
okay. Okay, well that's all right. We'll put a pin in those for the next time we talk, and we'll
yeah,
get
if we
Zach,
can get Zach along, he can
Yeah,
decide whether or not he wants to talk about
right.
it.
Yeah, we'll get Zach to tell the
We'll let
story.
him incriminate
That's
himself, so-
that's only
Yeah,
fair.
one I will tell that's not too terrible for him. We played in Springfield, Missouri, which is about a
couple hours south of here.
Yeah, it's somewhat nearby.
Yeah.
Here, and we played. It was our first show in a while, first out of town show. So he got pretty fired up with the liquor, put it like that. And he, in the span of one night, he fell off the stage.
And this is a good 4 or 5 foot tall, off the ground stage.
Yeah, he
So,
fell off the
wow.
stage during our set, and for a while he disappeared, and we're like, where did he? I was looking all over the venue for him. I couldn't find him, and then I went to our car, just coincidentally looked for something else, and I found him passed out on the hood of our car. So yeah, and he at some point he fell and hurt his arm. He was on one.
Yeah, Zach's definitely the wild card of the group.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
It's usually that's how it is though. It's usually the bassist or the drummer, right?
That's
Yeah.
that's like some shit we used to pull when we was growing up, where something like that would happen to a buddy of mine. But so we were pretty cruel to each other. A friend of mine had passed out in a ditch a couple houses up, and buddy of mine stripped him buck ass naked and left him there. And then he woke up coming down the house, and we were all, he called us on the phone. And was like, "Hey man, if Chris comes back, this is, tell him that not just Chris, a different Chris."
Yeah, no.
He's like, hey, he said, hey, if he comes back, tell him that, just make up something, because I stripped him down naked. I was like, oh shit. So he come back and he was just like, dude, I woke up naked and 2 doors down in a ditch. What the fuck happened? I said, I don't know, man. You left 2 guys. I don't fucking know what happened. So we made him think he got raped the whole time. It was so funny.
no, Jesus Christ.
Wow, God.
Yeah, so definitely could be a lot worse on him than what.
Yeah,
you
than
guys
just
did,
than just
so.
passing out on the hood. Yeah,
Yeah, he was lucky that we were both focused more on the business end of it, and also we didn't know where he
Right.
was.
Yeah.
He could have ran off on his own if we're everything's wrapped up and we don't have to think about managing business elements. Then that's when you can get into the mischief. But yeah,
I never realized how bad we were as younger kids until I grew up, and then I'll go visit my mom later when I got grown in the neighborhood. And I'm like, man, it's quiet down here now. She's like, yeah, it's because all you crazy fuckers grew up. So
yeah, you guys left.
I was like, well, okay, so we were the hell down here.
Yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
you guys, you were the Hellions. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
But so what's going forward? What's next for Hellevate? So,
We're planning on working on a full length this time. We are going to do an actual album. We have some shows in the pipeline that haven't been announced yet, but they will be announced soon. A couple of which are fairly high profile, I'd say.
nice.
Other than that, we're, mainly, like I mentioned earlier, we're looking to branch out, build our network of contacts, start playing around the region more, start Playing out as much as we can, just pumping out material. So that's kind of the plan. Just start working on the album and start playing a lot more shows. And
so what are we? What kind of time frame are you looking for the album? Maybe sometime next year? Or?
Probably. Honestly,
we can hope that it'll be next year. We're gonna jump right into it.
Yeah, honestly, I think you guys could ride the EP out for the rest of the year. So
I think so.
I think there's enough good material out there from Hellevate that you could ride through it. So
I definitely think so.
Definitely do some touring off of it as well. So hopefully with this we can kind of like I said, hook you up with Dana and get you some more shows going and that kind of thing. So So ask this way. I haven't asked this, and I usually ask this sometimes in the live when we start talking about live shows. But what is like you guys' favorite song to play live? So.
Lately, I've been really enjoying Dagon. That's just the riffs are just really fun to play, honestly, and just the energy with that song is really good. So.
And I like asking that because especially with multiple people on here, you always get a different answer, from each guy. So, we asked this from Halo Scars out of Johnson City, and I think we got a different answer from all of them. So
I think we did too. Actually, I think you're right. I think all 4 guys gave us a different answer.
Yeah. For the longest time, my favorite song to play was The First Flame. It's it's in that sweet spot where it's a good song and it hits live, and it's also not hard to play. That's the thing about a lot of songs. Like a song that's good to listen to, but it's so the difficulty curve on it is such that it's not fun to play live because you have to think about it and stuff. We have quite a few songs like that, but right now of the songs in our set, it might be No Further Action Is Required. That one's a lot of fun to play live.
That outro part, like the crowd always gets like super hyped during that kind of breakdown ending.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were getting good responses from it before it had even been released. They're like, that last song you guys played was really good. Like, and they hadn't even heard the studio recording, so that's when we were like, we might have something with this one.
That's always nice.
So is there a song from Hellevate that you've never played live, or what is the longest, or what's like the oldest one you've played that you haven't brought back up in a while?
Deep Cut,
Deep Cut, yeah.
You guys play everything from the first album?
I think so. I think pretty much everything has been played at one point or another. I can't really think of any off the top of my head that we actually haven't done. If anything, we have songs that we played live that we haven't recorded. So
that's
cool. There you go.
So just all the more reason for you to go see Hellevate live. So
hell yeah, man.
When we played we had a release show for Weapons Against Their Will, and we played the whole thing all the way through. So that ensured that all the songs would get played live at least once. I doubt that we'll ever play the Iconoclasm live ever again.
Yeah, that was a one and done kind of thing.
Yeah, we played it live that one time, and I think that's about it for that song. It's like 10 minutes long or something like that.
Wow.
Technically, there's a little acoustic interlude thing that I did on the first album that just got recorded, never got played live. So technically, there is one, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we figure if we have Meshuggah on here and we ask that question, I'm sure Thomas Hate's not going to ever say bleed because
no, he can't stand. Yeah,
he hates playing that fucking
song.
So
tired of playing that song.
Yeah, that's sort of the thing. That's why I said at one point it was the first one, because you play songs enough that you get kind of tired of them.
Yeah,
and we for the longest time we ended all of our sets with the song "Kill Confirmed" because it felt like a good closer, but we stopped just because we were like, I don't want to play that song anymore.
Same
well,
with,
you definitely wouldn't want to get burnt out on your
called
own
Memories
song.
of Battle and Death. We used to play that one like all the time. That's another one that we kind of stopped just because we had played it so much at that point.
I think you play it that much though, you can probably just pick it up and do it at
that is kind of the upside. You just kind of have it in your back pocket, like, hey, we have an extra 10 minutes. Okay, let's run this.
Yeah. That's sort of the benefit. There was a point in time right around when we were releasing Weapons Against Their Will where it was just we didn't even have a set list Really, we would just we'd go up on stage and we just let the singer Drew just like call the songs. Like, we're gonna play this one. All right, we're playing that one.
We just have like a little huddle, be like, what do you guys want to do next? You want to do this? Okay, let's do that one.
Yeah. So
that's cool. But it seems like you guys have some really good chemistry with all that. So to be, able to put out, the music that fast, and then, like you just, commented about, being able to huddle up and to say, hey, we're going to play this and just go right into it. That's kind of cool that you guys have that between you guys. So
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's we're happy about that too, and it's important that we have at least something that's kind of like that, because that's what makes it fun and makes us want to, keep doing all of this stuff.
Now, we'll have you back on, like when you get like 10, 12 albums in, and we're going to ask you that same question. What song have you not played? So
yeah,
then the list will get longer. So.
Yeah, typically when you get more material and you're more established, there are songs that people expect you to play live, right? And that you have to play, even though you don't want to. Like, I can't imagine Metallica wants to keep playing Enter Sandman. I bet if they had their choice, they wouldn't play it, but they have to. So,
what's the thing is, we were talking about, I think the thing that brought up those questions a lot with talking to bands on here was me and him were talking one time, and I told Chris, I said, man, I wonder how many songs Megadeth do not play live, because I mean, they're
probably,
they got like 17 albums now, and I mean, there's no way that you can slide a song in here and there and still be able to catch everything. I mean,
no,
I mean, hell, even the last couple of times we've seen them, they didn't even play a lot of their big hits. So I mean,
like I found websites like they literally keep track of like, okay, these are all Iron Maiden songs. These are the ones they have not played live yet.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Well, that was just like when Judas Priest was on tour this last time. There were certain nights where they played sets of songs that they had either never played live before or hadn't played live since like the fucking
20 plus years.
Yeah, like the 80s or something.
That sounds really cool.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen that show, because Breaking the Law and Living After Midnight and Turbo Lover and all that shit. Everyone knows those, but I mean, it's not very often that of course, I don't think they probably don't break out Diamonds and Rust live very often with it being a ballad, but I mean, the Green Menalishi and stuff like that, going way back like that, you get a set like that and people are gonna be like, holy shit, and then they're just gonna kind of gravitate towards that. So there aren't too many bands that do that, like a whole set. So I mean, that was pretty unique of them to do. So I like that. So
yeah, that is, speaking of Iron Maiden, that's like they've been doing that. They're just like, okay, we're only playing songs from this album to this album. That's going to be the set. Like they just announced that. Like,
and then creators doing that. We were like, Jason, I think you had that story last week. They're going from, what is it, 85 to 89 on the 70,000 tons of metal cruise.
Yeah, they're doing like the creator from those 4 years. So,
yeah. So, and we all know how much of a damn catalog they have, just to narrow it down to those 4 years. So,
yeah, we got to open for them back in like 2012 when they were doing the Phantom Antichrist tour.
That's so cool.
It was actually Creator and Accept.
Oh my god!
Oh damn, man.
Yeah, I was at that show in the crowd.
Oh,
I didn't even know them. I didn't know any of the guys in the band at the time, so I just watching them play live and had no idea what was going to come down the pipeline. Literally,
what the future brought.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool to hear those stories.
Now, see, that's a cool story.
Yeah, I watched the band play, and then I wound up being in the band. So
yeah,
it's like some rockstar.
I was just about to say, it's like the movie Rockstar. Yeah,
yeah.
So I feel like I'm going back a little bit. So you brought up a lot of like destruction and Exodus and stuff like that. But what were like some of the influences for Hellevate?
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like I said earlier, I'm a fan of pretty much all the heavy metal genres. So plus, genres that are related to it, classic rock and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I just kind of knew I wanted to start a metal band, and the influences I just kind of took from, whatever, we've written speed metal style songs inspired by Hybria. We've written, Exodus is a big influence on us. So a lot of our stuff kind of sounds similar to that.
I think that was like one of the bands that I kind of caught when I was listening to you guys.
Yeah, we get compared to them quite a bit.
Yeah,
honestly,
it's
So-
yeah.
That's
we
probably
try
why
not to
that's why I tell them to retire. I mean,
yeah, try not to do it too much, but they're big influence. Especially like they're my favorite band. So
well, I mean, so me and Chris talked about this before. I think it's cool that younger bands are kind of taking on those sounds, though, because like I said, these guys can't play forever, and to hear that sound continue on after they're gone is going to be cool.
Definitely.
Because we've talked to a band on here, Devil from Scotland, and like they're spot on Avenged Sevenfold, but how many people can go out and say, oh, well, that band sounds like Avenged Sevenfold? I mean, there's not many out there you would ever say that. So for them to have that sound and carry it on, after Avenged Sevenfold's gone is pretty cool. But
I do like the legacy aspect of it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's something about thrash metal. I don't know. It seems to have aged better than a lot of other genres.
Right.
From a lot of the other sounds from the 80s. Like it's kind of hard to be a new glam band. You know? And I mean, like I love glam. I was raised on hair metal and stuff, and I listen to it all the time. Sometimes more than like thrash and heavy metal and stuff like that, but like you can't really start a hair metal band and have it be taken seriously.
I was gonna say have it be taken seriously. I'm just like, well, Steel Panther's a thing, but they don't really take themselves seriously.
It's hard to be a straight face hair metal band that started in now, but you can just be a thrash band, and all of the legacy thrash bands, all their new releases still get met with excitement.
Yeah,
like people are still excited for new Megadeth or new Exodus or New Testament. You can't say that for a lot of the hair metal bands, like new Poison,
right?
You know what I mean? Yeah, but like a new Exodus or Testament or Creator album, I don't know what it is, but
so you brought that up, but I'll tell you a band that I just heard came back around. It's called Leatherwolf. I don't know if you remember those guys from the 80s.
But
they got 3 new tracks out, dude. And I'm like, holy shit, they've fucking evolved very well. So, so I can't wait for that new album to come out.
Check that out.
Really
good. I've listened to a few of their songs. I have to like more actively listen to them.
Yeah, they were one of my favorites back in the 80s, and then they kind of split up and went their separate ways. But they got back together in I think 16. And like this new album, they gotten like 3 tracks off this new album. I'm like, holy shit, this is good. So
I think I've listened to some of those new songs. I didn't know they were an old band.
Yeah, they've been around since like 87, 88, somewhere like that. So
really,
I think
a lot of thrash bands that are like better now than they were then. Like I'll say, I think Exodus are better now than they were. That's my opinion. And Onslaught, I personally like.
Onslaught is amazing.
All the stuff they've released since they reformed has been like amazing. I mean, their old stuff is good too, but I really like the new stuff.
I kind of agree with the Exodus because I think Persona non grata may be one of my favorites now. It's like,
I was really into that album when it first came out. I was leaving from my honeymoon when it came out, so I was like in the airport, like just listening to it over and over. And it's one of my favorites by them.
Yeah, and I think Testaments did the same thing. I think they had like a kind of a plateau there, and then they kind of picked right back up and started, picking back up again. And I'm just like, wow, man, Testaments really.
I think Overkill is one of those bands too, because like,
as
much as I love like Years of Decay and stuff like that, I find myself listening more to like Green and Black and Electric Rattlesnake and stuff like that too. So
and they just released a new track the other day too.
Yep, their new album.
The new song's pretty good.
Actually, I got a story about Overkill. So back in I think it was like 2012, they were playing the Electric Rattlesnake tour. We tried to get on the bill as the openers, but the tour manager wouldn't allow local openers. So our friend Terry, who was like the local promoter of the show, managed to set up an after party at a venue kind of around the corner from where they were playing. And the plan was it was us, our friends from Van Lade and Meat Shank were all on the show. And at the end of the show, myself and some members of the other bands were going to go up and play some cover songs. One of which we played Iron Maiden by Iron Maiden. That was cool. And then we announced we're going to play Seek and Destroy by Metallica. And we hear from the crowd, hey, I know that one. And who is it? But it's Ronnie Lipnicki, the drummer at the time for Overkill. I got up on stage and I got to play Metallica with Overkill's drummer.
Oh,
Nice.
hell yeah, man. That's a great story.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that album too. I think it comes out, was it March, April?
I think something like that. Yeah.
Something like it's relatively
Cool.
soon. It's within the next 8 weeks for sure, I know. But
You
yeah,
know, we were, you know, like I said, being thrash guys, we get giddy when we hear that stuff too. Like,
oh hell yeah.
you know, Death Angel just announced last week that they're finishing, you know, going into the studio and
Oh, nice.
and,
Yeah,
I was like,
definitely.
I was like, oh God, I love Death Angel.
And you brought up Testament. Testament's hoping to have
Yes.
something out before the end of 23. So
Yeah, they're talking
That's
like
good.
November release or something.
yeah, November, right around there. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
I
that's
think
one of the
what it
things
is-
we were talking about is they were talking about a late 2023 release, and I said, yeah, I hope Loudwire puts their shit out early and Testament comes out afterward just to piss them off. But
right, yeah.
because I always hate that, like these sites come out and the best of 2022. It's like, dude, it's the second week of December. Like there's 3 weeks of music to come out. You don't have a best of yet.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wait a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what it is, you know, all of us being thrash guys kind of at heart. I think what it is about like the longevity of thrash as a genre is it's because it's of course it's got a power and it's got a ferocity to it, and it's angry and it's raw and it's real. Any of those, you know, words you want to put to it, I don't want to call it true metal because I don't want to piss anybody off, but I mean, it's just, I kind of think as far as, you know, thrash goes, for me, when I think of heavy metal, that's what I think of first and foremost. Granted, there are, you know, we know there are a lot of other subgenres, you know, there's the power metal, there's metalcore, there's new metal is still around, you know.
But I think if you go back
there's a
into
lot
the
of it, but-
if you go back to the 80s, you know, kind of where, you know, metal kind of got its, you know, the prime of metal. I mean, you think thrash because
right, that's what I'm saying. So for me, I think that's what I think
the thrash kind of brought it to the forefront, you know.
Yeah, I think so. So
Yeah.
I think as a genre,
you had Slayer and Metallica and Megadeth, you know, all those bands that are, you know,
right. So that's why
Bay Area doing it. So
yeah, that's why I think thrash metal kind of endures. I think that's
Mhm.
why. At least for me, I think that's why.
Mhm.
But
yeah, and we've talked to a lot of relatively new thrash metal bands on this show, so it's kind of cool to you know hear like that there's, you know, doing stuff, and then, I mean not just here in the States too. I know a couple of them were over, you know, in Sweden and stuff. So
Yep.
Yep.
So
Any that you recommend?
I mean, there's a
Jesus,
there's a lot of them, dudes. Like actually, we're talking to 2 more like later this month. So,
Oh, nice.
so
Yep.
there's a band called Enzilu. I just got on to.
they're out of Finland.
Yeah, they're out of Finland.
Oh, nice.
And then a band called Methane that we're going to talk to later on this month too. So,
Yep.
So, yeah, and the name of their new album was called "Kill It with Fire." So, you know, Methane, Kill It with Fire.
Yep.
Got a theme going there.
Yeah, they kind of got a topic going on there.
Yeah, they've leaned into the skid for sure. But but I like that because they kind of pick their thing and they're running with it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Mhm.
Kind of like
Yeah.
it's kind of like what Sabaton does.
Yeah, like Sabaton. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, that's one of the things I do. I create playlists and I base it off of, you know, what's coming out. When I create my Spotify playlist for the groups, stuff that we have, I mean, it's mostly all new stuff. It's you know either whether it's an older band like Overkill's, you know, on the new playlist, Avatar's on the new playlist because they have releases out. But most of it's new bands that, you know, we probably, you know, either haven't heard of or, you know, maybe have heard of and just haven't heard of in a while, or, you know, whatever the case may be. I just try to make sure it's as fresh as possible. So
Yeah.
you know, and then we of course we post videos. If we get video notifications from YouTube, we try to share that out too. So it's always cool to see the newer stuff and the newer bands pushing stuff out. So this is one thing. I'm a hard copy CD guy. So is there a way to go hold to the Hellevate EP hard copy wise, or
There will be very soon. It was supposed to happen before today. They're supposed to be available as of like right about today.
Yeah,
but
it'd be cool to sell them at the show, right? So
yeah, that was we got a few printed because, to be honest, we're not really since the pandemic, we're not really sure what the etiquette is on making CDs. Is that something that still bands still do? So we got a few just to have them just in case, and we're gonna see how they go. But yeah, they will be available next week probably, but they got a delayed in shipment.
Yeah, FedEx dropped the ball on that one. FedEx so blame them for that.
Yeah, FedEx dropped the ball on it. They were supposed to be available today, but they will be available sometime soon. And the hard copy version is going to have the Krampus single EP thing on it as a bonus tracks because that
that's cool. Yeah,
that's
very cool.
That's one thing I like about hard copies too. So
yeah, we include those at the end of it, just because those never got a hard copy release either. Figure might as well slap them on as a bonus for buying the CD.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just that guy that I like to. I mean, it's easier for me to pull and push a CD in than it is for me to flip through a bunch of damn playlists to try to get something I want to listen to. And just say, hey, these guys rock, throw it in and just jam out and listen to it and drive on, man. So, especially with this one, so you'll get if you want to get somewhere fast, just throw this Hellevate EP. And just, it'll definitely have you stepping on the gas, that's for sure.
Well, and again, the good thing about it is that it's only like 27 minutes long. So depending on how long your drive is, you'll listen to it like four or five times in a row. So that's good.
Yeah.
That's the cool thing is it's only 27 minutes long. I'm able to listen to it all the way through on the way up and on the way back because I've got like a 30-minute commute. So I listened to it twice in one day.
Nice.
It worked. So it worked out.
So do you guys have like a website people can get merch and stuff from, or?
Right now we're primarily selling merch through our Bandcamp site.
Okay.
So that's where you want to go. We've been talking about opening up some other markets like a Squarespace store or something like that, but that's still needs to be worked out. So at the moment, Bandcamp is your option if you want merch from us.
Hellevate.bandcamp.com.
Okay.
We just got shirts in with the new EP cover on it.
Yeah, those haven't been
will be available soon.
Yeah, those haven't been added to the store yet. They'll be available starting tonight. And we were wanting to announce it at the same time as the CDs, but obviously since they've been lost in transit, it's not going to quite work out like that. But yeah, there'll be shirts and CDs, and there's some other stuff on the Bandcamp as well. That's be the primary place to get all that stuff.
We're new to the merch thing too, so we just started doing our got our merch page open a couple weeks ago. So so we're kind of in that boat to where we're in with somebody and they print it as we go. So as it's ordered, they print it and ship it. So
yeah, we do it the right now the old fashioned way where we get the order and then we manage it ourselves. You got some stuff we got to ship out still right now.
Oh yeah.
So we kind of do a little bit of that too. So I can definitely relate.
So obviously, Jason got in contact with you through Facebook, correct? So you guys have a Facebook page. Is there a Hellevate official website, or is Bandcamp the primary source for right now?
We've kind of on and off had an official website. We should probably go in because we still own the domain name. We just haven't really done anything with it in a while. Right. So we probably should go in and actually figure that stuff out soon.
Yeah. So we don't have an official website.
We have a link tree that sends you to all of our various links at the moment.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. All right.
Bandcamp is where you can get the music and the merch, and our Facebook is generally the best place to follow for.
Okay. Well, there you go.
News and announcements and stuff. We have an Instagram and a TikTok too, but the TikTok is primarily more like riff videos and things like that. And it is like news and announcements and stuff.
That's kind of we do kind of a recap of our show. Well, Chris does on TikTok. That's about all we use TikTok for. He does like a little called the Metalhead Minute. And
we started it begrudgingly, and we're trying to.
I did the same thing. I did the same thing.
We're not huge TikTok guys, but we figured it was important to have one. And we're gonna start ramping it up. We've been focused more on the EP and things like that. So we're going to start posting more content there. A lot of playthrough videos and stuff like that.
I created a Patreon for the show too, and I've never done anything with it. So
Patreon's another good option.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I did it mainly because if we do get, if we got merch or whatever, I could throw it on there. So
Yeah.
So yeah, that'll probably be something that ramps up too. So
Yeah.
So
yeah, we
this
don't
is
want
a
to
lot
keep
of
you guys.
fun. I'm really liking this a lot, but we have another interview in about 12
Yep.
minutes here.
Yeah,
I was just about to say, we was going to wrap it up so you guys can get to that next interview. So
Yeah.
Okay.
we definitely appreciate you guys stopping in, and maybe next time we can get some of the other band members on to share some chat too.
For sure.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, this
And
has been
we
a lot of
haven't-
fun, guys. Thanks for having us on.
Yeah, man. Dan,
the
Josh,
purpose,
thanks for
the purpose is cruelty EP is going to be available soon, so check out all the
Yes.
Hellevate socials and keep up to date on all that, and we'll also pass along whatever we can to our peeps
Absolutely.
over at Metalheads too. So
Yep.
All right.
so y'all guys, I'll follow you guys on all the social stuff. Y'all start sharing new shows and stuff. I'll be sure to pass it along. So
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we got some cool ones coming up soon, so be on the lookout for that.
Yes.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
and hopefully we'll hook you up with Dan and get you guys to Nashville soon too.
Yeah,
So
definitely. We'd love
then
that.
we can
Yeah.
try to hang out and do some talk some more.
Yeah.
So.
We'll drink. Well, you guys will. I don't drink, but you guys will drink some beers and burn some Bibles. So
Yeah,
Hey man, we appreciate it like always, and hopefully you guys have a great show tonight. So
yeah, man,
Thank
you guys
you.
are gonna kill it. All right,
All right, thanks, guys.
thanks,
Josh,
man. Have a good one.
Josh Cole and Dan Whitmer, everybody.
Dan Award.
Dan Award. Thanks, guys.
right.
Have a great night.
All right. You too.
Take care.
Awesome.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah.
Those guys are gonna kill it. They absolutely are.
I mean, look at the people they've already shared the stage with.
I know.
Dude. It's
I
fucking
know.
amazing. Like, I mean, to have that under your resume already, it's like,
Mhm.
wow. I mean, you haven't been a band 13 years maybe, and you
Yeah.
already shared the stage with a lot of those bands. Like, damn.
I know Exodus, Destruction.
Yeah.
They've rubbed elbows kind of indirectly with Overkill, and yeah, man, it's good shit, man. It's
Accept.
good
I
shit.
think it said something about
Accept,
too.
yeah, accept.
Yeah.
Want to say
Oh,
hi
cool.
to want to say hi real quick to Truly and Ace. They popped in on
Oh, okay.
they popped in on Twitch while we were doing the interview. Want to
Oh, okay, cool.
make sure.
Yeah. For
Let
some
them
reason,
know.
I'm not seeing
Say hi.
any of the comments show up for me over here for some reason. So
Really?
yeah, so I don't know what's going on with that. So
Interesting.
on StreamYard, I'm not. Like, I can see, I followed everybody. Most everybody I was following anyway was on Facebook already, so I just opened that one up. So
Says, I think you did not stream to all places. I've got it on. I've got the VOP Twitch as one of the destinations.
yeah. Well, I'm saying it's on StreamYard. It's not showing the chat. So
Oh, interesting. She says she will download it for us later, though. That's fine. That'll be cool. Ace, appreciate it. Interesting. I'm gonna have to maybe. It says VOP. It says
I don't
VOP.
know.
I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
Ain't no biggie. I don't guess.
Yeah,
but-
I will figure it out. It may have been something I did on my end. It may have been so. But regardless, good to see Ace and Truly anyway. So good to see everybody. And yeah, man, Dan and Josh, man, they're about to have, like we said, they're about to have another interview with somebody. I think they said they were talking to somebody they're about to talk to somebody over in the UK, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah, so that's
so even
it's very cool.
getting their word out overseas too, man.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. So
Yeah, that's great. And then they got a show tonight. So yeah, everybody go check out the new EP over on Spotify. Like I say, it's 27.5 minutes long, man. It's not gonna hurt anybody to spend a half an hour and go check out some new thrash metal. So
yeah.
very, very cool over there. So very, very cool. And just like everybody else that we've talked to, down to earth, nice guys, real personable, easy to talk to, very, very cool. All right. So we're gonna jump into this our normal format with both feet this week.
I was just looking at like the The
What you got?
I was looking at the VOP, like the what you call it. It doesn't have us on air, so interesting.
The homepage?
Yeah.
Really? That is interesting.
Wait, hold on.
It is interesting.
The broadcaster indicates this channel is intended for mature audience. Oh, see, that's not even our show. So, and like the live chats for another show, like yesterday or something. So,
oh, all right.
Yeah. Oh well, I don't know what's broken there, but I don't know. All right.
Well, we're kind of immature audience. So I mean, you know.
Well, I mean, yeah. So.
Yeah, Ace, you're right. You did tell us you couldn't find us. That's true. That is kind of weird that we're not even live at VOP right now. That is a little strange.
Oh well, like I said, that's something that's kind of a work in progress. So
yeah, it is. It has been, and that's fine.
We'll get there. So.
Oh yeah,
slowly but surely.
Mm-hmm.
And quit calling me Shirley.
That's right.
All right, I guess we can go through these little. It's like a short birthday list this week. So
that's fine because we got a long list of other stuff to go through.
Oh yeah, that is true. So especially tours. I was like, man, I wasn't going to do a lot of the tour stuff, and I said, damn, I'm going to have to. I didn't know how long the show was going to. The actual interview was going to be. So I guess thankfully they did have another one to go to. So it kind of gives us a little time to go through, power through.
I still think it was winding down though. Even if they wouldn't have had another interview to get to.
Well, it was
kind of winding down, but that's fine.
So my whole thing with the interview process is I don't want to keep people, kind of around longer than they want to be. So 2 hours is like plenty, I think, as far as the interview goes. So if we hit around the 2 hour mark, I'm pretty happy with that. So. Sometimes we get those people like Vinny and Will that they kind of go over 3 hours. So
you just give them like one topic and they just go.
Yeah, well, I mean that's fine. I mean that's what we're here
totally
for,
fine. It's totally fine. It makes it easier on us.
And even Rick, Rick from Extinction AD kind of went a while too. So. Mm-hmm. Which is fine. I don't, I'll go as long as they want to. I just don't want to inconvenience anybody and try to keep them out of their days. So,
of course not.
Those guys are, Hellevate are promoting, man. Like,
yeah, they are. And good for them. They deserve it. They totally deserve it.
Hell yeah, man. Like I said, I think that's going to be a band we're going to be talking about a lot.
I think so. I think so.
All right, birthdays here. We'll kick off from the 29th of January. We had Eddie Jackson, bassist for Queensryche, and we had Donald Tardy, drummer for Obituary, which I don't know. Some people said 30th, some people said 29th, so I'm not sure which day he was actually born on. So it depends on who you talk to. January 30th, we had Bill Leverty, guitarist for Firehouse, Jay Gordon, vocalist for Orgy, and Rob Barrett, guitarist for Cannibal Corpse. January 31st, we had Tony Spillman, guitarist for Spillage, which was our guest last week. Then we had Adrian Vandenberg, guitarist for Whitesnake, and Jeff Hanneman, guitarist for Slayer, who unfortunately left us in 2013. Has a great loss too.
Yeah, big time.
February 1st, Jenny Lane, singer, songwriter for Warrant. He passed away in 2011. Then we had Ron Welty, drummer for The Offspring. February 3rd, we had Richie Kotzen, guitarist for Poison and the Winery Dogs. Then we had February 4th, we had Alice Cooper, vocalist for, of course, Alice Cooper and the Hollywood Vampires. And we had Noodles, which his real name is Kevin Wasserman, guitarist for The Offspring. So happy birthday to those. And then I had a couple birthdays in the family this week. My mom had a birthday on the 3rd, so happy birthday to her. And then today is my granddaughter's birthday, Venus. So
little monkey.
Happy 3rd birthday to Venus. She's actually come in here and stole the show a few times. So.
Yeah, she has. Yes, she has.
Happy birthday to all of those. And if I missed anybody, happy birthday to you. And like always, if any of you out there had a birthday, happy birthday to you. So
Hell yeah.
I guess we can go right into the metal news of the week.
Yeah.
Lots of it. So
Yeah, definitely lots of it. And if any of you guys have been paying attention at all, then you guys would probably guess what the lead story of the week is going to be. I mean, take your pick. Pretty much every single outlet had this one. Even some news outlets who normally couldn't give two shits about heavy metal probably even mentioned this one a little bit, and for good reason. But I mean, don't be a hypocrite, So, but anyway, I have this over from Blabbermouth as normal. Ozzy Osbourne's previously announced European tour with guest Judas Priest, originally set for 2019 and then rescheduled 3 times, has officially been canceled. Late Tuesday night, January 31st, Ozzy released the following statement, quote, "This is probably one of the hardest things I've ever had to share with my loyal fans. As you may all know, 4 years ago this month, I had a major accident where I damaged my spine. My one and only purpose during this time has been to get back on stage. My singing voice is fine. However, after 3 operations, stem cell treatments, endless physical therapy sessions, and most recently groundbreaking cybernetics treatment, my body is still physically weak. I am honestly humbled by the way you've all patiently held on to your tickets for all this time, but in all good conscience, I have now come to the realization that I am not physically capable of doing my upcoming European and UK tour dates, as I know I couldn't deal with the travel required. Believe me when I say that the thought of disappointing my fans really fucks me up more than you will ever know. Never would I have imagined that my touring days would have ended this way. My team is currently coming up with ideas for where I will be able to perform without having to travel from city to city and country to country. I want to thank my family, my band, my crew, my longtime friends, Judas Priest, and of course my fans for their endless dedication, loyalty, and support, and for giving me the life that I never dreamed I would have. I love you all," end quote. Ozzy's farewell tour was set to begin in Helsinki, Finland in May. Ticket refunds are available at point of purchase. Ozzy initially scrapped his entire 2019 schedule as he recovered from surgery to repair an injury sustained while dealing with a bout of pneumonia. The tour was postponed a second time after Ozzy continued to deal with health issues following a fall in his Los Angeles home. That fall aggravated years-old injuries from an ATV accident that occurred in 2003. The tour was pushed back a third time in October of 2020 due to the coronavirus pandemic. Had Ozzy's European tour with Judas Priest tour taken place in May of 2023, it would have been more than 4 years later than originally planned and almost 5 years after tickets first went on sale in September of 2018. In December, Ozzy was spotted leaning on a cane while shopping at the luxury supermarket Erewhon Market in Los Angeles. A female assistant helped him maneuver his shopping cart through the store. The 74-year-old is continuing to deal with health woes, including a serious spinal injury that has left him struggling to walk, even 6 months after surgery. But he told SiriusXM, quote, "I still have a lot in the tank. I'm determined to get back on the stage again. I'm still in recovery and I have a goal. And my goal is to get back on stage. It's the driving force in me. I miss my audience. I miss doing gigs. I miss my crew. I miss my band. I miss the whole thing. My family has been so good. I am the man of the family, but I have never been this laid up in my life." 3 years ago, Ozzy publicly revealed his battle with Parkinson's disease. The singer was first diagnosed with the neurological disorder back in 2003, but he didn't disclose that he was stricken with the disease until a January 2020 appearance on Good Morning America. 18 years ago, Ozzy said that he had been diagnosed with Parkinson's syndrome, a genetic condition which has symptoms similar to that of Parkinson's disease, such as body shakes. At the time, he said that he was relieved his debilitating body tremors were from Parkin and not his lifetime of drug abuse. So to say that Ozzy retiring from full-time touring is like the end of an era, I don't think that's understating that enough. I mean, because here we are in 2023, and you're talking about 50 years ago. He was the lead singer of a band that basically started a completely brand new, for all intents and purposes, started a brand new genre of music, almost from the ground up. And then the influence that he has had in 50 plus years is probably, as far as heavy metal goes, I won't say in music in general, because music in general has been around for a hell of a lot longer than 50 years. But as far as heavy metal goes, I think it's going to be a while before anyone has kind of the iconicism that he has and the legacy that he leaves behind, it's gonna be hard to match. It's definitely going to be even harder to surpass. I don't know if I see anybody doing it. Probably, maybe in our lifetime. I don't know. And Ace, I agree with you. Just glad to have been able to catch him live and shows I'll never forget. I can definitely agree with that, because I've seen his solo act. I've seen Black Sabbath, and just being able to see him up on stage and kind of like the unbridled joy that he was experiencing just up on stage. I mean, he was just, it didn't matter when you saw him or, who he was playing with. I mean, he always seemed like he was just a kid again up there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, to say the end of an era is kind of probably, understatement, really, but it's yeah. Like I say, to say that we blame him, no. I mean,
I don't blame him.
He's been through a lot, and I mean, he definitely can't perform the way he wants to perform. So even if you did see him, it probably would not be. To me, I'd rather not see somebody in that situation than to go out and be disappointed when I do see them.
Yeah.
So I mean, good. I guess good for him for taking the right approach to backing off from touring.
Yeah.
Recording wise, we may still hear some Ozzy stuff, but
I bet we do. Yeah. Well, I mean, we definitely know by now that albums can be recorded remotely. I mean, bands were doing it the entire time during the pandemic. So I mean, and hell, even Ozzy recorded one during the pandemic. So, I mean, we know it can be done.
Yeah.
So
I like Zach Wild's comments on all that. He said, "Hey, when you say we ride." So
hell yeah,
he's Zach's put out there a lot of times that he owes his whole career to Ozzy. So I mean, and he definitely has a lot of love and respect for Ozzy. So it's cool to hear. And I mean, a lot of people had said, of course we'll get into some of it later, but some people said some good stuff, and some people had said some bad stuff about what's going on with all that. So a lot. I mean, more good than bad, of course. But some people said some stuff that I don't really agree with. But that's neither here nor there. So
yeah. Well, I mean, that's gonna happen, I guess. But
like I said, it's some of that stuff's going to be talked about in the headline section here. So we'll touch back up on it there, I guess. So, but hopefully, like I said, Ozzy can either one get to where he may could do one final tour, or just at least put out new music for us to actually enjoy. So either way, I think we would all be on board with. Ozzy's paid his dues and can pretty much do whatever Ozzy wants to do. So
oh yeah.
All right, my first story is over from Loudwire, which is another story that we talk about way too much. But the next time you see the band Thunder Mother, which is a Swedish all-female rock band, will have a decidedly different look. That's because 3/4 of the band just left it. Guitarist Filippa Nasil being the one remaining holdover from the group that released the Black and Gold album last year. The divide appears to be over the status of singer, I'm going to kill this name, Guernica Mancini. I got the last name. I don't know if that first name is pronounced correctly, but who exited the band with drummer Emily Johnson and bassist Mona Lindgren following her out of the group to form a new project together. Nasil, meanwhile, has revealed the former bassist Masson Lindberg has returned, while Therion's Lene Vikstrom will handle vocals for the reconstructed Thunder Mother lineup. Nasil issued a statement via the band's social media about the lineup changes that reads, "The last year has been full of adventures, new impressions, and we have made memories that will last forever. Unfortunately, our journey ends in the constellation known to you until today, and a new chapter will be written for Thunder Mother with both old, familiar, and new faces, and for sure a lot more adventures and memories to come. After 7 years of being together, we unfortunately came to the decision that our paths lead in different directions. Guernica, Mona, and Emily will focus on their own careers, and I wish them nothing but the best of luck. I'm thrilled to announce that our bass player, my son, who left for studies one 5 years ago, has finished and will rejoin. I am happy to announce that Thunder Mother could win Lene Vikstrom from Therion at the movies. I guess that was another band she was in, I don't know. With her incredible power, her extraordinary voice, and her charming manners as the new singer for Thunder Mother. We are beyond excited and looking forward to the future filled with a new positive energy. And with these girls by my side, the future is going to fucking rock. Let's show the world that there is so much female talent out there, and let's give the girls a heart-melting warm welcome to Thunder Mother. Rock must live on. Meanwhile, the Exney members shed more light on the divide in a statement of their own, posted via Mona Lindgren's Facebook account. It says, important announcement. It's with heavy heart that we are writing this. Philippa has made the decision that Guernica's time in Thunder Mother is now over. Because of this, the lack of agreement regarding the decision-making process in the band, Emily and Mona have decided to leave Thunder Mother as well. Philippa will continue with a Thunder Mother lineup. Guernica, Emily, and Mona will continue playing their music together and forming a new band. To all the people who have been a part of this journey, Guernica, Emily, and Mona want to say thank you for the support. We love you all. We are so very grateful for everything that we've experienced with Thunder Mother, and hope you all will support our separate journeys. We understand how hard it is to read this. This is by far one of the toughest situations we've been had to go through. And right now we are mourning the loss of a big part of our lives. We humbly ask you to be kind and respectful. Thank you for understanding. Thunder Mother broke on the scene with 2014's Rock and Roll Disaster album, and then continued to build their audience with 2015's Road Forever, 2018's self-title release, and 2020's Heat Wave, and last year's Black and Gold album. The band opened for the Scorpions for the big part of 2022. So, needless to say, there's another band kind of gone to the side, but looks like we're going to get two bands out of the picture. So hopefully that's good.
It may not, yeah.
If there's a silver lining, I guess that may be it. So
right, yeah. So it may end up working out for everybody. And it's funny that you mentioned that Thunder Mother opened for Scorpions because Victor.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
Victor just mentioned it. Yeah. So yeah. But one thing that you mentioned in the story, talking about the amount of female talent that's out there. I mean, that's one of the things that doesn't. I mean, we've talked about it on the show before, and I'm sure it gets talked about, but it doesn't. I don't know that it gets talked about enough. The amount of talented, and I'm sure that they don't want that to be a focus because they want to be. I'm just a musician, just like everybody else, and that's at the end of the day, that's really what it boils down to. But I mean, I don't think it's talked about enough. The amount of female talent there is in heavy metal. I mean, Thunder Mother, of course, they're the lineup is evolving, and like you say, we're probably going to get two bands out of it. But we've talked about this band on the show before too. They're new and up and coming. You got Plush, then you got Burning Witches, you've got Kitty that just reunited. So they've been around for a little bit.
Dorothy's been around for a while. So.
Yeah, Dorothy's been around for a while. We talked with Hexed, we talked to Tina and Stellan over at Hexed, and Hexed Sepsis. So I mean. There is plenty of plenty of talented females in heavy metal.
Of course, we can't forget about the notable ones like In This Moment and
of course,
Arch Enemy and
Arch Enemy, Lacuna Coil,
Hailstorm and
Hails,
So I mean, you got all those bands, and plus we don't talk about lead singers either. You can talk about Nita Strauss for as far as that goes. I mean, she's not a singer, but I mean. There's not many guitar players out there, men or women, as good as she is. So I mean.
That's very true. That is very true. So definitely can't downplay the presence of the females in heavy metal because heavy metal wouldn't be what it is without them. So.
And it's crazy to see, I just seen where Sophie Lloyd started her own band, and she was like an internet guitar sensation for years. And to see her actually on stage performing now is kind of crazy. But I mean, there's a lot of. There's one I follow on there too, is Raven Screams, and she does a lot of covers and stuff. And I mean, there's a lot of talent out there. that's basically untouched and undiscovered too. So.
Mhm. Yeah,
So,
and then
who knows what the next 5-10 years brings as far as
right,
women in the metal scene. So
yep, and then
of course there's just not any hot ones.
oh yeah, no, there's none. Yeah, no, there's none at all.
Yeah, fuck you, Adam Levine.
That guy's a fucking moron.
Yeah.
That guy's an idiot. And of course, we can't of course we can't mention everybody, but but we're not trying to do any.
Well, no. I'm
not
just
trying
saying
to do.
That's just giving. That's just touching the surface of the talent that's out there.
That's
so.
basically what we're trying to say. Is we don't have time. We don't have time to near enough time to mention everybody. But I mean, you talk about Diamond and Tetrarch. Talk about her.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah, don't think that females can't play heavy metal, because you would be fucking wrong.
Yeah. I'm sure like it's even harder for like somebody to come up to Doro in the 80s and say you can't do metal, than it would be now.
Yeah, right.
Because I mean it's a whole different time and we know
it
that
is. Yeah.
do metal. Of course people like Doro proved the fucking world wrong. But,
Doro, Lita Ford, people like them, but yeah. So, but they paved the way, man. They were trailblazers. Somebody had to be, and they were. All right, so an institution that we don't like talking about have announced the nominees for this year's awards ceremony over at the PRP.com. And like I say, this was at pretty much every news outlet. But over at the PRP.com, the nominees have been announced for this year's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Awards ceremony. Among those up for potential induction into the Hall of Fame this year are British heavy metal legends, and should already be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Iron Maiden. That last part was mine, by the way. Seattle grunge gods Soundgarden, and pioneering political firebrands Rage Against the Machine. The full list of this year's nominees can be found below. We've got Kate Bush, Sheryl Crow, Missy Elliott for some reason, Iron Maiden, Joy Division / New Order, Cyndi Lauper, George Michael, Willie Nelson for some reason, Rage Against the Machine, Soundgarden, The Spinners, A Tribe Called Quest for some reason, The White Stripes, and Warren Zevon. Iron Maiden, who scored their first nomination for induction into the Hall last year, have been critical of the institution in the past for good reason. Back in 2018, the band's vocalist Bruce Dickinson said of it, quote, "I actually think the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is an utter complete load of bollocks, to be honest with you. It's run by a bunch of sanctimonious bloody Americans who wouldn't know rock and roll if it hit them in the face. They need to stop taking Prozac and start drinking fucking beer," end quote. I don't think I will read a quote today that will be any more accurate than that.
Right.
Fan voting is underway now over at this location. There's a hyperlink in the story that takes you to rockhall.com and will run through April 28th. The official list of inductees will be announced this May, with the induction ceremony to take place this fall, with details still pending. So, not
to say that your fucking vote's going to fucking matter anyway, because Iron Maiden was in the top 4 last year. So.
Yep. Yeah, they were. But you know what? In all honesty, get out and vote anyway.
Well, yeah.
Get out and vote anyway because they deserve to be there. They should already be there. Exactly, Ace. Where was the lie in that quote? Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. It was all true.
So this is the thing, and we're going to say this again. It is the Music Hall of Fame. It's not the fucking Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Quit calling it that. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
It's not the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You have country music, you have rap artists, you have everybody in this motherfucker. Mm-hmm. It's the Music Hall of Fame. Just call it what it is. I mean, that's all we're asking. That's all we're asking. We're not asking you to change anything. Change the fucking name.
Yeah, change the name. just change the name and just get it over with. Hell, Dolly Parton last year even tried to decline. Yeah. And they wouldn't let her. She's like, I don't belong here.
Yeah.
She even said it. I don't belong here.
Well,
she's like, thank you, but I don't belong here.
Well, it's like the thing is, it's like there's already a country music Hall of Fame. So why would she be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? I mean, she would be in her own genre of music Hall of Fame. I mean, I don't know if there is a hip hop Hall of Fame. There should be, and there should be, there should be an R&B.
There is.
There should be there should be a separation of all this stuff. And I understand we're not trying to, with all the diversity going on, we don't need to divide all this stuff. I get it. And we're not asking you to. We're asking you to change the fucking name of your goddamn Hall of Fame. Yeah. Quit calling it the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, because it is not the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So you have a Hall of Fame and you have different wings. That's what you have.
and see that would even be fine. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem either way. Change the name of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame to the Music Hall of Fame, like you said, and have different wings. I would. That's fine. That's totally fine. You have an all-encompassing entity. That's fine. But there's a Heavy Metal Hall of Fame. There's a Country Music Hall of Fame. That's fine too. There is nothing wrong with that. There is a Pro Football Hall of Fame. There is an NBA. There is a Basketball Hall of Fame. There's a Hockey Hall of Fame. That's fine.
But there's not a sports Hall of Fame where all of them in there together. So
right. No, I get what you're saying, but what I agree with you. But there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong either way. If heavy metal wants its own museum, that's fine. If there's an all-encompassing entity, that's fine too. Just name it correctly. Right. Just name it right. That's really all you got to do.
Name it for what it is. I mean,
yeah, just name it right. Stop trying to shoehorn things into something that shouldn't be there. That's the argument. That's the whole argument. Nobody's even really arguing with the talent. You're trying to force things into an entity that shouldn't be there. That's the argument. Mm-hmm. And I think I saw a story, and I didn't read it. I saw a headline. Where I think somebody associated with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was trying to talk about the definition of rock music. I was like, I don't even want to read this because it's just going to piss me off. So, so they're trying. So I think this particular person anyway is trying to change the definition of rock and roll, and I don't like that either. Well, no, I don't like that either because you're just stop. I'm on the same page as you. Just change the name of the museum, and everyone will be fine. You would create so much less controversy for yourself. Mm-hmm. So,
well, I mean, we've talked about that. And we've talked about the Grammys, where some of the metal bands have even been like, you know what, you can give it to me, but I'm not fucking coming to your fucking show to accept it because I already know it's going to be a off-air, disrespectful fucking thing, and they don't want anything to do with it. So. Mm-hmm.
I don't blame them for that.
I think Avenged Sevenfold was one of the first ones to do it, not even show up to get anything. They're just like, yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, and I don't blame any of the award winners who don't get their chance to be on TV. Even because there are obviously other genres that are on the untelevised part, and I wouldn't blame those artists either. It's like I don't get to be recognized on a worldwide stage, then I don't want to be there either. And I don't blame them in the least. I don't blame them at all. Not one bit.
I was looking at stuff because I couldn't remember. Couldn't remember who it was that did that with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame no show. Do you remember who did that?
No specific. I don't remember who did that specifically.
I wish I could remember who did that.
Well, we'll look that up.
Yeah, I was looking at it, but I couldn't remember.
Yeah, we'll try to find that out.
I couldn't remember who it was, but they kind of no-showed them and snubbed them, which was, I guess kind of a
Well, when you consider the fact that whoever it was probably ended up getting snubbed for years anyway, I think it's only a turnabout's fair play anyway. So, as far as I'm concerned,
yeah.
I mean, it even took Kiss like 15 years to get inducted into the Hall of Fame after they became eligible. I think it even took them 15 years to get inducted.
Yeah, which is crazy. Like what bigger band in the world in the rock music is there than Kiss? I mean, to me, when you think rock music, it's even bigger than the Beatles or anybody, just because of the Kiss has got their hand in everything.
Mm-hmm. They should have been. They should have been first ballot.
Oh well, yeah.
Definitely should have been first ballot.
Yeah, and there's a lot of bands like I honestly wouldn't doubt if Bruce Dickinson just said, you know what, I don't fucking care. Even if they did win it, just whatever. So
Ace said she knows that Jerry Garcia didn't show up. She said she knows.
Yeah, it was like a rock band. I can't remember. Like I said, I couldn't remember which which one it was.
Well, the funny thing is that Ozzy isn't in the Hall of Fame for his solo career. He's in
for Black Sabbath.
He's in there for Black Sabbath, so
which is crazy too. But,
yeah.
You know.
Again, that doesn't make any. Of course, what the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame will do is they'll probably do for Ozzy's solo career what they did for Randy Rhoads. They'll wait 40 years after Ozzy dies, and they'll give him some sort of lifetime achievement award posthumously.
Which is a slap in the fucking face.
A total slap in the face.
Like I said, it's creating its own demise, I believe, at this point. So
yeah, I kind of think so.
Until somebody gets on board and tells them, "Hey, we can't do it this way anymore. We got to change it up." I mean, until they change it up, you're going to have a lot more people being like, "You know what? Fuck you. You're not even like relevant anymore." So.
She said Axl Rose didn't show up. That was funny.
Yeah. I remember like it was like an older band. I think like it was Sex Pistols or somebody like in that genre or age genre. That did.
Well, that sounds like shit. That sounds like
sounds like Sid for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
I will even say this. Here's my hot take. Without Stranger Things, Kate Bush probably isn't even on the list for this year.
Well, I mean, probably not.
That's just me. I'm not speaking for anybody but me. I think if it wasn't for Stranger Things, I didn't know who the fuck Kate Bush was until Stranger Things came out.
I had heard the name before, but I wasn't like familiar with much of her word. But
yeah, so
but yeah, I'm saying like when they said that, I was like, oh, I've heard that name before, but I don't know much about it.
Here, Ace. Hold on, I'm gonna put this up on the screen. Ace just posted the Sex Pistols "Fuck You" letter.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was right, but I couldn't find anything.
Yeah,
on it,
next to the Sex Pistols, Rock and Roll, and that Hall of Fame is a piss stain. Your museum, urine and wine. We're not coming. We're not your monkey, and so what? Fame at $25,000 if we paid for a table, or $15,000 to squeak up in the gallery, goes to a nonprofit organization selling us a load of old famous. Congratulations. If you voted for us, hope you noted your reasons. You're anonymous as judges, but you're still music industry people. We're not coming. You're not. And part of it got, but you get the gist of it. I like that. Yeah. Oh, you're not paying attention. Outside the shit stem is a real Sex Pistol. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you for that.
I knew there was something with them. I just couldn't remember exactly the whole story. I appreciate Ace sharing that. So.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
All right, here's one that we always talk about. That's it kind of infuriates us. This one's over from Loudwire as well. Some fraudster is selling death metal band. I hate fucking trying to say this name, but
I got you.
Sugabog's.
There you go. There you go.
New album, Homicidal Ecstasy, and their Tortured Whole debut on an imposter Bandcamp page. The album is out, February 3rd, which is yesterday, and was preceded by 3 singles: Pissed, Necrosexual Deviant, and Face Ripped Off. Today also happens to be Bandcamp Friday, where the host platform, out of the goodness of their hearts, waive their portion of the profits they typically earn from all music sales, meaning thieving scum are aiming to rip off just a little bit more of the Ohio-based brutes. The Bog blasted the news out on social media, urging their fans to report this phony Bandcamp page. Someone uploaded our album without our permission. Please share and report this fake page, they wrote. And the internet is overwhelmed with fraudulent activity, from scammers pretending to be celebrity musicians, asking fans for money through social media, to swarms of bots in the comment section on Instagram, and, of course, those annoying robocalls trying to get your credit card number by saying the lease is up, at least on your car is up. But a nefarious plot to pilfer from a hardworking death metal band. Sure, eggs are really expensive right now, but are some loose scraps of bog bucks really going to pay all those bills? Why not just sell NFTs instead? Those are totally legal. So there you go. It's kind of crazy that somebody would go through all that just to try to get some profits off of another band that's merch and stuff, which is one of the things that we always talk about. That's how the band survives. So you're pretty much taking food out of these bands' mouths doing that bullshit, and we're not down with that. So
yeah, I don't. This is probably. I guarantee you, this is probably a pipe dream. But I hope there comes a day before the human race goes extinct where we stop fucking treating each other like shit and trying to keep taking shit from other people what doesn't belong to us. I'm sick and tired of hearing it, whether it's in the mainstream media or whether it's us doing these stories. I mean, last week we did a story about, a band that had $100,000 worth of their gear taken from them.
Yep.
And we are constantly reporting on, bands getting their vans broken into, their studios broken into. I'm fucking tired of it, man. I'm tired of it in general, and I'm tired of it just for these musicians, man, because they can't work if they can't play, and it's hard enough right now for these guys to make money.
Mm-hmm.
It's so irritating.
And a lot of these bands that we talk about are at the point to where this is their life. I mean, this is their income. So I mean, it's not like not saying that it wouldn't be any more worse for that to happen to one of the bands, just like we talked to Hellevate. I mean, if that stuff happened to them, it'd be just as staggering. But for bands like this, that I'm sure saying Sugabog is a band that's been around long enough that they're probably making money to that being their total income. So
and it's just. Now they, I'm hoping that they're able to, hopefully whatever happened to Sanguisugabog, it doesn't really affect them financially, So this is a little different than physical gear actually getting stolen, because a lot of times that shit's insured and they can recoup, but still, I mean, because now their fans have to wonder, especially in the short term. Long term, it probably won't be, at least I hope it won't do any damage to the band's reputation. But now people who go, maybe over the next couple months or so, people who go buy stuff, whether it's merch, whether it's tickets, or when the album, when it actually does come out, now they're going to be gun shy to buy it because they're not going to know if they're buying from a reputable source, and it could, so it hurts the band that way. It damages the band's reputation. It was like, well, can we trust this band's website? Can we trust this band's, social media? Can we believe what we're reading or buying or this other shit? So, I mean, it's not some, we were just trying to get a little bit of money or this, that, and the other thing. It's not a fucking, it's not a victimless crime or something that, well, it was just this and, we got caught and now there's no further damage being done, because that's not true.
Well, like I said, hopefully that they'll, that's took down. I haven't seen an update or anything, but hopefully that's been reported and took down or whatever.
Yeah, let's hope so.
I'm sure Bandcamp's on top of all that stuff. So
well, I hope they are. I hope so.
For as many bands as they support, they should be. So
right, yeah, they really should. All right, now normally this is something that we would have talked about in the Hit in the Road segment, but there's a little bit more going on here, so I wanted to give this its own little time slot here in this segment. So over at staying at the PRP.com, Vulvodynia, To the Grave, Viscera, etc. U.S. tour has been canceled amid medical and personnel issues. The U.S. leg of the Unique Legion tour has been canceled amid a medical emergency and personnel changes. The run was meant to commence on March 2nd and find various artists from Unique Leader Records roster included Vulvodynia, To the Grave, Viscera, Osaya, and Bound in Fear out on the road together. To the Grave were forced to drop off the bill as a result of their vocalist Dane Evans requiring immediate surgery in his ear to preserve his hearing. That's pretty important, I would say. Yeah. While his procedure will be taking place shortly, his associated recovery time will see the band unable to make the tour. Compounding the issues for the trek, Viscera drummer Alex Mickelwright has decided to exit the band, leaving them with little time to find a proper replacement. Unique Leader Records said in a statement, quote, "We regret to announce we have decided to cancel the USA run only of the Unique Legion tour for this year. Whilst in tour in Europe, To the Grave had some unfortunate and urgent news regarding vocalist Dane, with him requiring an operation in Australia immediately. This has rendered the band out of action for several months. Please join us in wishing Dane a super speedy recovery while the band prepare to release their new album. Further to this, Viscera have just had the untimely news this past week that their drummer Alex has decided to leave the band. With only 6 weeks remaining, this leaves a considerable 2-band hole in the lineup. It will be an impossible task to restructure the right package in time without interfering with our artists' other touring plans. However, you will get new music from the lads in Volvadinia, along with another USA tour announcement from them in 2023 coming very soon. To the Grave will return to the USA once Dane is back to full health. Bound in Fear and Osaya are both beginning work on brand new albums and will make their way to the USA as soon as possible. Refunds for all those who bought tickets can be attained directly from Purchase Point. Please note that European tour meanwhile remains unaffected. Thank you all for understanding. End quote. Evans commented on his health in the statement below. Hey guys, Dane here. We are devastated to announce that we are unable to do the upcoming North America tour in March. Whilst in tour in Europe, I had some unfortunate urgent news come up regarding my physical health, requiring an operation in Australia immediately. This has rendered us out of action for extensive touring for several months. We're sorry for anyone affected by this. TTFG will return to the USA once I'm back to full health. Thank you for understanding. Unfortunately, Viscera have also had some bad news with their drummer leaving the band, which has led to the decision to cancel the Unique Legions North America tour. We will still be playing tonight's final show of the Elegy tour in Karlsruhe, Germany. End quote. Viscera added, quote, important update. Unfortunately, Alex has decided to leave the band. We had not expected this, especially the timing. We are now hosting open auditions for a new drummer. If you're up to the task, then post us a video of you playing Sungazer, end quote. So, like I say, it's a little bit more of just, kind of like a little bit of a hiccup there. So, I mean, you got one guy who's trying to keep from going deaf rather. Ugh. Well, probably trying to not die too. But anyway, he's trying to make sure trying to make sure he can still hear so he can still sing. And then, a band up and has their drummer quit. So that's kind of when it happens on the exact same tour, I can kind of understand why they would kind of scrap the whole bill immediately. So
yeah,
it's kind of unfortunate, but everyone, it looks like everyone will land on their feet, and while those bands aren't going to be able to play together on the same bill, it does sound like they've all got new music in the pipeline in some form or fashion, and they'll be out on the road again soon. So when they do, we'll bring it to you guys.
Yep. All right. This one is over from Metal Injection, so switch over there for just a second. Former Metallica bassist and Newstead frontman Jason Newstead is getting back into making heavy metal. Thank God. During a Q&A session with the Gator 98.7 FM's Gator Garage, Newstead reveals that he just wrapped up the first Chop House band record since their formation over 30 years ago and is turning his eye once back to the world of headbanging. Newstead said he's been auditioning guitarists for the project and already has a drummer for more than capable of playing some fast double bass. Actually, I spent 6 months of last year putting together the Chop House Band Volume 1. Chop House Band has been together and making music since 92, so it was our first album in 30 years. I spent a lot of time on that, and then once I got that under my belt, I kind of stepping back into the heavy now. So the last couple of weeks, I've been auditioning guitar players for a heavy project. I'm back on bass and singing with a metal drummer, double bass, getting loud again. So I've got a couple of irons in the fire. I'm putting 2 new projects together right now, but loud. Newstead has previously mentioned that despite their performances being largely acoustic, the new Chop House Band record will certainly be an all-out rock record. And as for the metal band, who knows who'll be in that? Maybe Newstead and his former Metallica bandmates Lars Ulrich have actually made amends and have a new band together. Not happening. I'll tell you that right now.
No.
I'm probably not giving Metallica's insane upcoming schedule with their new record, but hey, stranger things have happened, and Newstead has made it clear that he'd be down for that. But I don't see that happening. This isn't also don't get your hopes up. So
yeah, exactly.
This is also great news for anyone who's ever heard Jason's short-lived project Newstead in the early 2010s, which was fucking awesome. I hated that didn't go further than it did.
Me too.
Despite only having one record before calling it quits, Newstead put out some certifiable metal bangers that still hold up very well over a decade later, and I would agree with that. Like some of that whole album was awesome to me. I was like, as soon as I heard that, and I was like, man, Jason Newstead is back, and got this going on, and post Metallica, and he's moving on, and hopefully they could, actually I was hoping they'd work out something to where they'd open up for Metallica. I ain't even going to lie. It's like,
right. That would have been
I was
great.
like, man, that would be great. But, short-lived and didn't happen. But definitely Newstead was a band that I actually was on board with. So kind of glad to see Jason back into doing some heavy stuff. So can't wait to hear who all he gets. We'll keep you updated whenever that news does break and he announces his members and recordings and all that good stuff. So.
Yep. All righty. Well, and keeping with the theme of the lineup carousel going around, still over at the PRP, Brazilian thrash / death metal band Nervosa have announced the departure of their vocalist diva Satanica. She joined the band in 2020, replacing Fernanda Lira. Thus far, a replacement has yet to be announced, though the band appear to have locked one down. They also recruited a new drummer as well. Speaking this past Friday, January 27th, of course, that's 2 Fridays ago now, but I've been holding on to this story for, a good part of the week. But anyway, quote, since September 2022, Nervosa was informed that Diva would leave the band, and since then she has carried out all activities with great professionalism and respect. The reason for her departure is because she chooses to invest more time in other projects and in her band. Since her decision, we entered into an agreement to comply with the Latin America tour and announce her departure later so that we could plan everything calmly and in time. We understand and support her decision. It's not easy for either party, but life is made of choices and decisions, so don't judge too harshly because it's a very painful moment for both parties. All our respect to Diva, thank you for all her dedication and contribution. We wish you good luck on your new journey. Nervosa has been working with a vocalist for the last 2 months and is also working with a new drummer. The recordings for the new album start this week, so stay tuned on our social networks because we're going to post some spoilers. Thanks to all the fans for their love and support. Nervosa will never die, end quote. Satanica herself issued a statement on her own on the matter, offering, quote, it's always difficult to make this kind of post, but also needed, so here we go. I'm not part of Nervosa anymore since last month of November, therefore I'm not involved in the writing or recording process of the upcoming album, and obviously I'm not responsible for any decision that the band has made during the past months. The only reason that have led me to this situation have been the lack of agreement between both parts in relation to the decision-making process in the band. Nothing else, no hard feelings against anyone, just different mindsets. This chapter is closed, but I'd like to thank everyone that has supported me during this adventure and also Napalm Records for trusting all of the new band members who helped to row in the same direction. I'm very honored to be part of the legacy of this band that have inspired and empowered many women around the world. Last but not least, and just to make it very clear, this decision has nothing to do with my passion for music and touring. Can't wait to be back on the road again. And my commitment with my band Bloodhunter and all the other projects and collaborations that I'm involved in, who have shown me unconditional support during these years that I have been part of Nervosa, and with whom we are already working on a new album and tour plans for 2023. Thanks to all the fans of the band for their support and love. We'll see each other soon, end quote. Again, Nervosa is just another one of those all-female bands that, they're out there killing it. So, I mean... So, but this is another one of those situations where they finally came to like a fork in the road and they decided, all right, it's just not going to work out the way it's constructed. So, so in order to avoid like any fighting or any, hard feelings or drama, any of that shit, let's just, make the difficult choice and kind of move on from each other. Crypta. Yes. Also Crypta. Thank you, Victor. So it's good. Of course, as always, it sucks when, a lineup has to break up. But, I mean, Nervosa is still going to move on. They're already moving forward. Diva Satanica, she's got other irons in the fire, so she's going to be fine. So, I mean, everything's going to work out fine for everybody, which is good. It's good to see that it didn't get to the point where the band imploded on itself and just, disappeared completely. So, sometimes – adults can be adults about things and just realize that, hey, it's just not going to work out. So, we'll just call it a day with this situation and it'll work out for everybody. So it looks like that's going to be exactly what happens. This looks like it's going to work out for everybody, which is nice. And nothing, always good. Yeah. Yeah. And nothing that says they can't, do something together in the future. So there's nothing that says that at all.
Cool. Always good to know that. All right, this one was kind of leaked earlier because we got to talking about Ross the Boss a little. So, so this was over from Metal Injection. Metal Church has announced Ross the Boss and Let Us Pray vocalist Mark Lopez is their new frontman. In a statement, Metal Church reveals they've got a new record with Lopez on the way, and that the band wasn't seeking to replicate their former vocalist with the choice. The new material will be Metal Church's first since Damned If You Do in 2018, which was a damn good record. Yes, the rumors are true. It's official. Please welcome vocalist Mark Lopez to the congregation. We auditioned a handful of vocalists, and while they were all great, Mark quickly became the clear choice. Both David Wayne and Mike Howe had a very unique and irreplaceable quality to their voices, so we are not looking for a clone of either. We wanted someone new who could embrace the past and could also bring something fresh and exciting to the mix. Mark brings a very classic yet modern feel to the songs, and we are looking forward to getting this new album out to you later this year. So there we go. Looking for a Metal Church album later this year.
Yeah,
also,
man.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
Thank you for your continued support for Metal Church. Love and respect, Kurt Vanderhoof. So of course, Kurt's been in the band a while, so Metal Church has largely been quiet since the tragic death of vocalist Mike Howe nearly 2 years ago. Howe passed away in July 2021 due to suicide. In a 2022 interview, Metal Church guitarist Kurt Vanderhoof said he wanted to complete the new record in honor of Howe. I had written a new record, and Mike and I had just begun the process before he passed, so I had material on hand, said Vanderhoof. I also wanted to complete the album in honor of him. I've written a batch of additional material, and it's going to be in a more aggressive direction. We didn't choose a Mike Howe clone or David Wayne, Metal Church's other longtime vocalist clone. We decided to approach the future as a new chapter in the band's career, and I think the fans will really dig it. And I kind of agree with that. I like their decision making on this is trying to do something new and keep it old school too. So. So I kind of look forward to hearing what that's going to sound like. I think it's going to be a good record. So
yeah, it's kind of like what Exodus did when they had the Rob Dukes era. You know what I mean?
Right.
Steve Souza ultimately came back, but I mean, just because you get a new vocalist for whatever reason, you need to go get a new vocalist. It doesn't mean you have to like stick with the same formula or anything. I mean, this sounds like it's just going to be an evolution, which there's nothing wrong with that.
So bring that back full circle here. We just talked to a band earlier with 3 different fucking lead singers already in their band, and all those records sounded different. So yeah, it's good because I liked every one of those records, even though they had different singers on them. So it was so you can like it and it can be different with lead singers.
Yes, it can.
And I think a lot of the times lead singers do make the sound a little bit different than replacing a guitarist. You know what I mean? So
right.
Because unless you got a Dimebag Darrell type guitarist, it's not going to change your sound too much.
Right, because if you bring in a new guitarist, you could be like, all right, we play in this key, we play in this key, we play in this time, so this is the way we do it. So this is the way you're going to do it. And, if you're going to play in this band, and they'll be like, okay, they can either like it or lump it. When you interview a singer, I'm sure it's like, all right, let's see how you sound, and let's see how let's see if it's going to fit in with the philosophy we're going to have moving forward. So yeah, it can definitely. I think getting a new vocalist can definitely add a new dimension a little easier than replacing one of the actual instrumental band members.
I almost think it would be easier to like have something that you've recorded musically that you never released, and then like hand them a lyric sheet and be like, okay, what can you do with this?
Yep, I think
and just hear what they do with it, because I think it may take a few takes to get what they want to get out of it,
right.
I still think that would be probably a better way than say, hey, you played this, famous Metal Church song, which so
right. No, I completely agree. I totally agree. But yeah, so again, I mean, 20 the
just keeps getting bigger, doesn't it? Like
the end of December of 23 is looking like it's going to be a doozy, just like December of 22 and 21. It doesn't. It's not.
I don't know. I I feel like the middle of the year last year was like the big, like the August, August, September were like the big months last year. So I'm thinking like it's pushing it a little bit further this year. You're talking about
Right.
Testament and Death Angel and
Mhm.
now Metal Church and
Yeah.
possibly Anthrax. So
Yeah.
so you're talking about some big bands that are talking about later part of the year releases. So
Yep.
So man, it's really going to be interesting to see how it all plays
Oh
out.
yeah.
So.
Absolutely. All right, and not to be outdone, still at the PRP. Everything I've got left is at the PRP. I'm just going to put that out there right now. Bassist Adam Swan has exited British prog metal outfit Monuments. In his place, the outfit have enlisted Werner Erkelins, who had been serving as a fill-in for Swan since July of last year. The group issued a new statement on the matter earlier today, January 31st. Quote, with a heavy heart, we must announce the departure of Adam Swan. Since day one, he has held down the roots of our music with fervor and expertise. During the COVID-19 pandemic, he became strongly involved with soil ecology agriculture as a specialist in regenerative agriculture, which he has proudly committed himself to. It is in this position that he finds himself most comfortable, and we are so inspired by the journey he is on. With incredible passion, he is working to help all to make better, more informed decisions about how to heal the world through more sensible decisions. We wish him the best with all the love in our hearts, and we hope you will follow his journey on soil ecology agriculture, both on Instagram and at soilecologylab.co.uk. Thank you for the tremendous grooves, memories, and friendship, dear Swan. We love you, and you will be thoroughly missed. On a brighter note, please join us in welcoming our new bass player, Werner Erkelins, to the band. Since July 2022, Werner has been filling in on live performances with incredible skill, devotion, and enthusiasm. We are extremely proud to bring his new energy and skills into the future of Monuments. The addition of Werner to the group makes us feel rejuvenated and more excited than ever for the future. Come see us tear it up for the next 7 weeks with Leprous and Calandra. Ments. They call themselves Ments? That's weird.
So is the plural Menzies or
Menzies? Oh, I hope not. Erkelins commented, "I'm thrilled to announce that I'm joining Monuments. I've been fortunate enough to know the band since 2020, and ever since then, I felt a strong connection to the members and their music. Joining this talented group of musicians is truly a dream come true, and I want to take a moment to thank Monuments, Brown Monuments, at Andy Cizik, and at Malian. I'm sure those are the Twitter handles for the rest of the guys in the group for their trust in me. I especially want to thank the Constellation of Cygnus for trusting me to fill his shoes and helping me to prepare for the job. There's a lot coming up in Monuments land, and I'm happy to say we've already written and recorded a new song together that we're all very proud of. More on that soon. For now, please come see us on our tour with Leprous and Calandra. I'm looking forward to meeting you all. Love, Werner." So there you go.
Cool. All right. This is my last story here over from Blabbermouth. So this year is the 6th annual Cliff Burton Day, as officially declared by Cliff's hometown of Castro Valley and the greater Alameda County. Continuing with tradition, host Nicholas Gomez will speak with Cliff's family and friends about their personal memories and cherished time with Cliff. These stories will bring you back to the influential early days with an in-depth look into the life, the times, and the location of an unknown musical phenomenon. Interviews include Connie Burton, Lou Martin, Fleming Rasmussen of Sweet Silence Studios, Mike Overton of Trauma, John Gallagher of Raven, Dean Dale of Violence, Brian Liu and Harold Omoen from the movie and book Murder in the Front Row, photographer Gene Ambo, Castro Valley hometown friends Joe Cabral, Judd of Judd's Barn, and Tony Martin. Their stories and memories of Cliff are not to be missed and are too in-depth to be shared in just one broadcast. Check back in at youtube.com/Gomez Grip each Friday in February for a full-length interview from each of those guests. Limited edition Cliff Burton Day 2023 t-shirts will be available for pre-order starting February 1st, with 100% of the proceeds going to support the Cliff Burton Music Scholarship awarded by the Cliff Burton family. So, Cliff Burton Day. So there you go. So, pretty cool that they still doing that 6 years later. So
Yeah, that's something that of course you hate to know the reason why, but it's nice
Well,
to see
yeah.
to see that they're continuing to pay tribute to him.
I
That's
mean, you're honoring one of the best bassists to ever play. So I mean,
agreed.
So,
Yeah, agreed. All right, we got another one that kind of goes up and down and around. Bassist vocalist Connor Riley has announced his departure from rising British post-hardcore outfit Static Dress, a co-founding member of the band. He issued the below statement regarding his decision to step down yesterday, January 29th. Quote, I know none of you are I know none of you are silly and have more than likely clocked on by now, but for the unaware, I've stepped down from playing bass in Static Dress. This will be lengthy, so I'm throwing a curveball early TLDR for anyone who's busy getting 99s on RuneScape like me. I don't get that reference, but that's fine. This was my decision, and everyone involved in Static Dress did everything they could alongside me to potentially avoid this decision being made. When I turned 18, I made some unhealthy financial decisions without considering the consequences, and for a long time now, debt has clogged up my brain, and for an even longer time, I put it to the side, which was the only worst thing I could have possibly done. I didn't bring this up to the rest of the band until just before the Knock Loose tour. Oli said, tell us what's wrong. You're not yourself. On tour, all I could think about was making money to be able to pay for essentially my life back home. And when I was home, all I could do was work and couldn't afford time to put into the band, which ultimately is unfair on everything Oli and I started years ago. Moral of the story here is make sure you have your life in check before you start to pursue a career, which you'll need to make lots of sacrifices for. Being in a band is more than a hobby and a job. It's a very busy and demanding industry that you need to make sure you're ready for. On to the good shit. George has been filling in for me for a long time now, has been doing the absolute best job. He's insane and a pure legend. I'm proud to call him my friend and see him play live. Thank you for being you, mate. I'm going to miss the live shows with my best friends. However, they're going to be the biggest band in the world, and nobody can change my mind. From writing clean with Oli and my mom and dad's dining room to being on a tour bus with one of my favorite bands growing up and playing a venue I never thought I'd get to play, it's been a fantastic journey and I wouldn't change it for the world. Thank you. I love you all. End quote. So
a lot of like exiting members of bands this week. So
yep, onward and upward, I guess.
Which I mean, like I said, like from what we've read, it's not been totally a bad thing for music lovers because you know they're going to be two bands out of the one in most cases. So,
Yep.
All right. Was that your last story, or you still got more?
Actually, no. I have a couple more, but thankfully I can get through them real quick. So,
Okay.
So again, over at the PRP, Christina Scabbia, vocalist for the Italian gothic metal outfit Lacuna Coil, is currently recovering from a cooking accident. Scabbia accidentally suffered burns to her face from what she states was boiling oil. She took to social media earlier today, February 3rd, to discuss the accident and show off her injuries. According to the video below, she suffered the accident while frying chips, also known as fries, in a pan of oil. She lost her grip on a utensil she was using to remove the chips from the oil, and its subsequent splash caused the burning hot oil to hit her on her face as well as her hand and arm. She is in good spirits about the accident and expects to recover. Give me one second here, and I'll throw this picture up real quick of her face, which, I mean, you know, it doesn't look great, but also, I mean, she's not going to be like Phantom of the Opera or anything. So that's, so that's good too. So, you know, so there you go. She got a little bit of French fry oil in her face here going on. So
yeah, that's not too awful bad.
Yeah.
So.
And then, you know, I would play the Instagram video here, but you can see it a little bit more here. So yeah, she's gonna be fine. She's already recovering, which is nice. So, and then last but not least, we kind of made a little bit of a allusion to this earlier in the show, but last year saw thrash metal legends Metallica experienced an explosive resurgence in popularity thanks to the inclusion of their music on Netflix's runaway hit series Stranger Things. The finale of season 4 of that series saw the band's title track to their 1986 album Master of Puppets played on guitar by the show's beloved metalhead character Eddie Munson, played by actor Joseph Quinn, during a pivotal scene. As a result, a whirlwind of new interest in the band, and that song in particular, followed, and the veteran Bay Area act were all for it. As the 35-year-old single rocketed back up the charts thanks to the show, the band jammed backstage with Joseph Quinn. They also opted to close their concerts with the track last summer with the track and even got in on some co-branded merch. If the above wasn't enough of an indication of how big of a moment it was, the song itself also became playable in the mega hit video game Fortnite, which itself serves as yet another gateway to a whole new audience for the band. Which is all to say, it's no surprise to see that the moment has now been immortalized in vinyl figure form. Funko have announced the upcoming release of a new deluxe display set of that memorable guitar battle with Munson, Dustin Henderson, and the various demo bats they sought to distract. A release date has yet to be disclosed. And of course, there is photographic evidence of, give me 1 second, of said Funko Pop that I am sure that a lot of you will want to get your hands on. You better do it quickly, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And there it is. Yeah, it's kind of neat.
Yeah, I actually had that in the headlines, but you covered the whole story, so there you go.
Oh, well, there you go.
No, you're good.
Yep. So there we go. That's gonna do it for me. That's all the current events that I had.
Awesome. There's a few other headlines here. Like I said, just headlines because there wasn't really nothing to report as far as the whole story, I guess. But Doro Pesh is continuing to work on a new solo album. So we talked about her earlier, and here she is in the news. So,
nice.
So, and then speaking of solo albums, Jeff Tate's new solo album is almost finished as well. So, looking for some new Jeff Tate music. So, Kiss unofficial portraits photo books coming from Rufus Publications. So, be on the lookout for that if you're a big Kiss fan. I know our friends over at Decibel Geek are.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure Chris has already pre-ordered that shit. So
he probably has.
He actually, he was doing a show and tell, and he actually had that coffee table book. That was actually a coffee table book. My motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh shit, I've never seen one. I was like, I knew people had, I knew they was available, but I didn't know anybody that actually had one. So it's pretty cool. Like, he's got a lot of Kiss memorabilia. So,
yep.
Then,
that doesn't surprise me.
Right. And then Chimera's Rob Arnold says the new material isn't completely off the table. So, I mean, that's good news.
There we go.
To hear. So, yeah. I mean, I figured it was just a matter of time before a lot of these bands that had disbanded for some reason, with like God Forbid and Shadows Fall, all these guys coming back, Ghost Inside, like all these bands coming back and reuniting, and then now talking about new music. I figure it's just a matter of time for some bands like Chimera and some other bands that we follow. Hopefully in the future may decide, hey, let's just reform and do some new shit. So hopefully that may be in the works, but we'll see.
Yeah.
But Power Wolf celebrates Alice Cooper's 75th birthday with a Poison cover. I don't know if you heard that yet, but it's not bad. So
no, I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
holy shit! I'm definitely gonna have to check that out after the show.
Yeah, it's not bad. So
yeah, no, I didn't hear that.
Carnifex is done writing a new album, hitting the studio soon. So new Carnifex stuff maybe this year too. So who knows? Dave Grohl is to advertise a Canadian whiskey during Super Bowl. What Super Bowl is it now? 61, 51? I don't even know what the fuck we're in anymore.
57. 57.
57?
57.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Because this says LV1.
LV1. Well, that's 50. That's 56, but I could have swore it was 57. I could have swore it was 57 this year.
Yeah. Hell, I have no idea. I done lost track of how many it had been. So, but anyway. So just to kind of like pinpoint of how big metal is, you got Dave Grohl, of course, in an advertisement for the Super Bowl. Ozzy Osbourne is going to be in an advertisement for the Super Bowl. I mean, who knows who else? I mean, as far as that goes, I mean, we could see other stuff that hasn't been released yet. So because you know how Super Bowl commercials kind of keep things tight-lipped until time of. So,
but God forbid they let cool. but God forbid they let a heavy metal band play the halftime show though.
No, well, yeah. We won't go there, but
no, we won't. We're already 3 hours into this show. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to be 5 hours in. So, this one was kind of one I kind of touched on earlier. D. Snyder pours scorn on the Ozzy and Motley Crue retirement bullshit. He quoted, "I'm tired of buying no more tour shirts and seeing people signing contracts in blood, and then they show up 3 years later." Which I kind of get his disdain, but I mean, come on, dude. Like, you know,
well, I mean, D is definitely entitled to his own opinions. He's absolutely entitled to that, but he's definitely not averse to sharing that opinion either. So,
well, no, that's definitely true. So,
yeah.
But anyway, Kiss's Paul Stanley offers some life goal advice. This is something that kind of pissed me off in a way, but he said, if you choose to pursue something that's out of your reach, you're an idiot. Which, I mean, how do you know what's out of your reach? I mean,
right? Yeah.
I mean, until you try it and realize that you can't do it. I mean, that's
right.
the thing.
Yeah,
like,
that's kind
don't
of
don't take that advice. That advice is fucking stupid.
Yeah. Don't take advice. Don't take advice from somebody who's uber rich on
right,
and who is probably has been living their dream for the last 50 years. Don't take advice from that guy about following your dream.
No, but to go, circle back to some things in life as far as sports and anything in particular, acting or whatever, is like the thing that drives a lot of people more than anything is like, you can't do this, motherfucker. Say what? Like, I mean, I am that way because people say, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that, and I'll admit I'm not the perfect voice for radio, but I mean, the knowledge that we have for what we do is why I'm here. So, so it's not and I've kind of embraced the radio side of voice and stuff with my moniker, the Cornbread Metalhead. So, if you can't make fun of yourself in this world, then who fucking, get the fucking
right.
Like,
that's
just.
Yeah, well, no, I mean there are a lot of people in this world whose lives would be a lot easier if they learned to laugh at themselves. That's for damn sure.
Oh, yeah,
but
for
I mean,
sure.
the only caveat I will add to what he's saying is the only thing I will give him the thing that if there's something that you're pursuing and it's not working out, don't keep going after it forever at the sacrifice of everything else in your life. That I will say that. But if you have something you want to try it. Sure, absolutely. That doesn't make you an idiot for trying to do something.
No, it doesn't.
But if you keep doing something and it's not working out, and like you're sacrificing your family, your loved ones, your health, your financial stability. At some point you need to make a decision. Yeah. Right. At some point you do need to call timeout. I will give him that and that only. But you are not an idiot for trying to chase a dream. You are not an idiot.
Right. I mean, we're chasing a dream here. So.
Right. Exactly.
I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
And, whether we do anything or not, it's still something we're going to enjoy doing 50 years from now, hopefully. So,
yeah. And hey, we have done more. We've already done more in this 26 months than I thought we would get to, especially at the speed we've gotten to it.
Yeah.
I mean, we're about to, of course, we've talked about it already. In March, we're going to be at a live expo. Mm-hmm. We're going to have our own booth at an expo coming up. I never thought, well, not never, but I didn't think 2.5 years in we would be doing that.
Right.
I mean, there it is. So you never know till you try.
Right. And and things just fall in place, sometimes too. So
yeah. So yeah, you're not an idiot. You're not an idiot.
But there's always that thing to where I don't know how the actual story went, but if you ever remember, like the guy got stuck in a flood, and he sent this helicopter over, and he was waving it off, and then there was a boat that went by, and he was like, no, then he's like, why, God, why? And he's like, well, God's like, well, hell, I sent you 3 ways to get out, and you didn't take it. So it's
exactly.
So sometimes you got to take the hints and
you got to pay attention.
Well, the thing is, like, if you're involved in stuff like, like say wrestling or music or acting or any of the stuff that we're accustomed to that we can actually talk about from knowledge, is that there's aspects of those that you don't have to be in the limelight. So you can still be involved in those things without being in the limelight. So so don't ever think that just because you can't be a lead singer of a band that you can't help out a band. So
right, exactly. Yeah.
So
absolutely.
Like I said,
Absolutely.
There's money to be made in every aspect of that too. So don't ever think that you have to be in the band to make money. That's not how it works either. So
right.
All right, so more bad news from Marilyn Manson as he's facing a new lawsuit alleging sexual assault on a minor. So just when you think things were going the right way for him, that guy's going to be in litigations for fucking years.
Yeah,
so,
sounds like it.
Yeah, and then there was another one, like Steven Tyler, I think, had something filed against him too. And I was like, oh shit, that's kind of crazy. But
oh, really? I didn't hear about that one.
So I don't know how old it was, as I didn't really read into it. I just I'd already had everything typed up, and I was like, oh, there's another one, and I didn't really read into it. I'll try to get an update on that and maybe talk about it next week. But
okay.
Avenged Sevenfold's M Shadows says we try to stay as much away from the leather pant butt wiggle 80s ballads as we can. I thought that was kind of a weird fucking analogy to a ballad, but okay.
Well, I mean, he's not wrong.
He's not, but I just thought
he's
that was
not wrong.
A new documentary series about Perry Farrell's alternate rock festival Lollapalooza is in the works, so that might be kind of interesting. Taylor Hawkins' son Shane won a Performance of the Year prize at the Drum Awards for his performance at the Taylor Hawk tribute show. So good for him. Good. What better honor to win it is filling in for your dad, man. That's pretty cool.
Yep.
Newsflash: metal bands are cool with non-metalheads wearing metal shirts, so you should be too. I'm cool with it, but don't try to spark up a conversation with me and you don't know shit. That's the only thing I say. It's almost like, look at me, I'm wearing this and you're wearing that, and I'm like, okay, but Then you talk about the damn band that they're wearing the shirt of, and they look at you like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'll admit I'm still kind of torn on that one. I'm kind of torn on it. I mean, people have the right to go. People do have the right to go out and buy whatever clothing they want. I'm not trying to. But
so this is the problem I'll have with it. This is the problem I have with it. These motherfuckers that are out here wearing those shirts didn't buy them at the show. They probably bought them from Hot Topic. So the band isn't getting any fucking money out of it. That's the problem I have with it. So.
Yeah, that's a huge part of it. And another part of it is like if like you and I did, like if we didn't know each other, and we were walking down the sidewalk and we just happened to I'm wearing a Metallica shirt, you're wearing Eyes of the Living shirt, and if I was to kind of give you a head nod or be like, hey, then I like that shirt, and you were like, oh yeah, my wife got this for me. You are free to wear whatever you want, but I mean at the same, and I know we've touched on this before, but I mean it would be like, you like Notre Dame, I like Michigan. I'm not going to catch you wearing anything with a winged helmet on it, and you're not going to catch me anything. You're not going to catch me wearing anything with an ND on it. That's the same thing. To me, it's the same thing. I'm not going to wear a New York Yankees hat. I don't like the Yankees. I'm not going to wear a New York Yankees hat. So that's kind of where I'm torn personally. So I don't know. I don't get.
We sent a kid probably 14 the other day wearing a Nirvana shirt, and I thought that motherfuckers probably don't know who Nirvana is.
Right. Yeah. So it's so for me personally, it's like,
and it's always that same Nirvana smiley face shirt that's not
black shirt with the yellow.
Nothing special.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just don't. For me, I'm not going to spend money on a band I don't listen to, a team I don't watch. So that's what I'm saying. I'm kind of torn on the whole thing.
Yeah,
I'm kind of torn on it.
I can see the arguments.
Yeah, I'm torn on it.
And then last but not least, the Kings of Thrash, which we are knows Dave Ellison's side project after. Well, actually, one of his side projects.
One of them, yeah.
Maybe his main project now after Megadeth, but
Yeah.
they're actually working on original music, so they're not going to be playing Megadeth covers too long. So that's pretty cool. Actually, hear something original, see what they actually sound like. Like I said, they're all former members of Megadeth, so it shouldn't be too awful different. So.
Nah, not really. And Dave Ellison's he's also got that Lucid project that he's part of too.
Yeah,
so.
And they got some pretty good music out too. Yeah.
Yeah, and we both knew that he would land on his feet.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I think Dave Mustaine did too, or he wouldn't have done what he did. So.
Yeah. So yeah, he's already fine, and he's gonna be fine going forward. So and who knows? I'm sure it'll be one of those wounds that time will heal. Even though we probably won't ever see David Ellison back in Megadeth. But I mean, I know at some point the two of them will probably bury the hatchet. But who wouldn't put money on them ever working together again, which is, like I say, which is fine. It's whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you might see them perform together at something, like a Hall of Fame inductee type thing or something. But
yeah. Well, I would definitely hope so, because even
because Ellison was a big part of Megadeth's success.
Right, I was going to say even Dave Mustaine knows that, like, without the people who he played with, he wouldn't have gotten to where he is. He's even not that stubborn.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to hope not anyway. So
yeah, he's not Rob Flynn stubborn. So.
Ooh.
Shots fired.
Yeah, we love you, Rob, but
yeah. I don't know. I think Rob's getting a little bit more laid back at his.
I think so too.
He knows he fucked up and made mistakes. And that's the main thing. Is like, if you fucked up, made mistakes, and you're trying to reconcile them, that's great. So obviously he has, or he wouldn't have been trying to put a new album out with all the original members. So.
Yep, also true.
So, there you go.
Yep.
All right, I guess we'll slide over to Hitting the Road. I have a few here. Of course,
right.
I tried to cover as much as I can to help you out, because there's still a lot of shit. I've seen like 4 more announced this morning. I'm like, holy shit.
Yep. Was there? Damn it. All right.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, we can always go back.
Well, that may just end up having to be this, because I thought I was caught up, but I may just have to.
Yeah, there was stuff that came out like 4 hours ago. I was just reading. So
yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. We can always add it next week. So.
Yeah, I was going to say
it's stuff going on in like April and May, so we got time. So,
all right, yeah. Just have to be the start of next week's segment. Yeah.
Yeah. My contributions here, Hitting the Road. This little storyline of this one. It's on. Trivium and Beartooth will promise to deliver one of the best 1-2 combos this spring when the two acts unite for a U.S. co-headline tour. The 29-city run kicks off on May 1st in Stroudsboro, Pennsylvania, and shortly after a late April string of Beartooth Festival appearances, the two acts will then travel across the country and will support provided by Malevolence and Archetypes Collide with a June 15th finale in Seattle, Washington. And they also will be through Nashville on May 24th at the Marathon Music Works. So,
yep,
pretty cool. I may look into that. So,
yeah. And Malevolence was actually my album of the year last year. So,
oh yeah,
yes, it was.
Okay, so yeah, I've done lost track of all that. So. And of course, this one's good news. It's back thanks to Hatebreed frontman Jamie Josta. The Milwaukee Metal Fest has returned to the annual festival circuit, having last taken place in 2007. So, man, 16-year absence, man. Like, I bet people up there are raring to go, man.
This is probably going to be fucking insane.
Yeah, this was once one of the premier stops for metal lovers, and Josta looks like he's bringing it back with a stellar lineup that should help solidify the festival's future for years to come. Setting atop of the bill are some of metal's biggest acts, with Lamb of God, Anthrax, and Suicidal Tendencies set to rock out over Memorial Day weekend, May 26th through the 28th at Milwaukee's The Rave Eagles Club. In addition to the aforementioned headliners, the weekend is set to include sets from Napalm Death, Dark Angel, The Black Dahlia Murder, Obituary, Shadows Fall, Corrosion of Conformity, Fear Factory, After the Burial, The Halo Effect, Dying Fetus, Immolation, Crowbar, Violence, Goat Horror, Jungle Rot, Misery Index, Broken Hope, Terror, Macabre, Gatekeeper, Here we go again. Sugabog. I'll get it right. I'll get it like one take at some point. Frozen Soul, Defeated Sanity, Dying Wish, Chemist, Undeath, Blood Incantation, Imperial Triumph, Impaler, Fuming Mouth, Ingrown, Hath, Repentance, Casket Robbery, Dissenter, Thrown into Exile, and Toxic Ruin. Holy shit, what a lineup. But that is your Milwaukee Metal Fest. So
it's cool that Casket Robbery is going to be there.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Good for them.
Yeah. They're actually one of the probably bigger bands that was at that festival, honestly, because they already had a pretty good following. So
yeah.
Well,
that makes sense considering they were the co-headliner. So
yeah.
Definitely makes sense.
And then one of the big shows that were announced was Rob Zombie and Alice Cooper have just announced a co-headlining Freak Zone Parade North American tour with support from Ministry and Filter. That kicks off on August the 24th in Dallas, Texas at the Dos Equis Pavilion, and ends September 24th in Phoenix, Arizona at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater. And they're making a stop here in Nashville on September 12th at the Bridgestone Arena. So,
yeah, Kayla already asked me. She's like, "We're gonna go see Rob Zombie and Alice Cooper."
Yeah, I
want to.
Actually, I need to look into that because I don't know. I'm trying to remember when the tickets for Pantera and Lamb of God are, because that's in September too. So I'm kind of like, okay, I want to make sure it's not too close together because the Lamb of God is going to be a trip we have to take. So probably an overnight stay and all that good stuff. So. All right, then this one's kind of interesting. Shadow of Intent, Brand of Sacrifice, Body Snatcher, and Boundaries have announced a handful of U.S. tour dates for April. Actually, I got them all here for April 17th in Portland, Oregon at Peter's Room because it's only a few. So April 19th, Denver, Colorado at the Marquis Theater. April 20th in Colorado Springs, Colorado at the Black Sheep. April 22nd in Omaha, Nebraska at the Waiting Room. April 23rd in Joliet, Illinois at the Forge. No Brand of Sacrifice at that show. April 24th, Indianapolis, Indiana at the Hi-Fi. April 25th, Cleveland, Ohio at the Foundry. No Brand of Sacrifice at that one either. And then April 26th in Millvale, Pennsylvania at Mr. Smalls. Okay, so the big story here with this show is Lorna Shore had added a tour in March, right? Kicks off on March 30th in Albany, New York. At the Empire Live, and then that one ends on April 16th in Seattle, Washington at the Showbox Soto. So this one kicks off the 17th, which is the day after in the Seattle show. And the craziest thing is like Shadow of Intent and Body Snatcher and the Boundaries are all with Lorna Shore on this tour, right? So the thing with this is there's a to be announced band on the Lorna Shore page. So all intents and purposes, this really would point that Brand of Sacrifice would be that band to be announced, honestly, because
it does seem like it, doesn't it? So,
man, and add Lorna Shore to that mix is a pretty big deal. So, so that's a pretty hefty lineup. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there because there was some speculation about who the to be announced was, and then one of the other, I don't remember which one it was, because it was on a couple different sites, but one of them was mentioning that it's kind of odd that it says to be announced, and then all the other bands are actually going on tour the day after that one ends. It's like,
right.
So, it's kind of interesting. Brand of Sacrifice definitely could be the to be announced band. So
could very well be.
And then of course, I think this is my last one here. Oh, no, we got two more. I'll cover this one first. Demon Hunter announces their 20th anniversary tour. That's going to kick off April 14th in Lawrence, Kansas at the Granada Theater, and then ends on April 29th in Nashville at the Brooklyn Bowl. So,
yep.
So they actually begins and ends there. So it didn't say they had an opening act. So I guess it's just going to be all Demon Hunters. So,
guess so.
Which is kind of interesting. I mean, they got plenty of catalogs. So.
Yeah, they do, but I take that back. There's a band opening for them called Opponent.
Okay.
They will have an opener.
Okay, I didn't see it in the one that I got that from. So. And then last but not least, the Incarceration Music and Tattoo Festival will take place between July 14th and 16th at the Ohio State Reformatory in Mansfield, Ohio, like it does every year. So the whole lineup has been announced for that. July 14th, we're looking at Limp Bizkit, Volbeat, Highly Suspect, Cold Chamber, Hatebreed, POD, Slaughter to Prevail, We Came as Romans, Fit for a King, Chelsea Grand, Kubla Khan, Vended, Mothica, A Killer's Confession, 1,000 Below, Fox Late, Violent New Breed, Dark Signal, Lone Wolf, Sid Stratton, Southbound Beretta, and Bittersweet Revenge. Then on the 15th, you have Pantera, Lamb of God, In This Moment, Motionless in White, Under Oath, The Ghost Inside, Suicide Silence, Memphis Mayfire, Mushroom Head, Fire from the Guys, The Violent, Burials, Woe Is Me, Like Moss to Flames, Uncured, Heartsick, Asava, Set for Tomorrow, Fight from Within, Have Heard Voices, Harmless Habit, and Go Static. And then finally on the 16th, you have Slipknot, Megadeth, Bush, Flyleaf, Asking Alexandria, Wage War, Crown the Empire, 10 Years, Fame on Fire, Dayseeker, Gideon, Eva Under Fire, Slay Squad, Last of Our Kind, Clifford, Nerve, Scarlett O'Hara, More Than Never, Traverse the Abyss, Frail, God of Nothing, Dark Horse Saloon. So that is the full lineup for Incarceration. So looks like
why Bush though?
I have no idea, man.
I mean, I guess there's always got to be one out of place band, but like Bush, really? And then especially to be on Sunday. I mean, that's fucking weird. That's weird.
Well, I mean, like I said, most of the whole Sunday lineup in Kentucky is kind of like, I could just leave that day. So it had Ghost and some other fucking bands.
But that's the thing. But that's the thing. That's not the case for that festival, because I mean, you want to see that lineup, but then they throw Bush in there. It's like, what the fuck is? It's like who the hell gives a shit about Gavin Rossdale anymore?
Yeah. Well, somebody obviously does. Something put him on the show. So
I guess
that was my contributions for the.
All right. Well, that definitely did help. All right, so starting off with my half of hitting the road this week, starting off at the PRP like normal. Kiss has announced their final tour, we think, with Skindred and the Wild Things, starting June 1st in Plymouth, England at the Argyle, finishing July 8th in Glasgow, Scotland at the Oyo Hydro.
Wonder why Dee Snyder didn't mention them.
Yeah, no shit. Then Megadeth has announced a European and UK tour starting July 23rd in Katowice, Poland at Spodek, ending on August 24th in Aarberg, Switzerland at the Riverside Festival. Corrosion of Conformity is going to Europe and to the UK, starting May 1st in Dublin, Ireland at Academy, finishing May 21st in Brussels, Belgium at Botanique. Finch has announced their 20th anniversary tour, at least so far. There's only 4 dates as of right now. May 3rd in Chicago at the House of Blues, May 5th in Boston at the Paradise Rock Club, May 6th in New York City at Le Poisson Rouge, and May 7th in Anaheim, California at the House of Blues. Dark Funeral, if there's more dates that get announced, I'll let you know. So, Dark Funeral, Cattle Decapitation, 200 Stab Wounds and Black Braid are going out starting May 11th in Santa Ana, California at the Observatory, ending June 10th in Los Angeles at the Regent Theater. No Nashville date for that tour. Carcass, Municipal Waste, Sacred Reich, and Creeping Death are going out starting March 31st in Santa Ana, California at the Observatory. So the Observatory in Santa Ana getting some love, finishing April 30th in Los Angeles at the Belasco. No Nashville date on that tour.
You're trying to say what's a Google Bog?
I'm telling you, yeah. I can say that, but I can't say it's Santa Ana, California. I know, it's fucking weird. Then we have Covet, Scary Pool Party, and Alto Palo going out starting April 7th in Portland, Oregon at the Wonder Ballroom, finishing May 12th in Los Angeles at the Roxy. They will be in Nashville May 2nd at the Brooklyn Bowl. Oh, almost knocked my mouse off the desk. Vomit Forth and Upon Stone going out starting March 17th in Louisville, Kentucky at the Triple Crown Pavilion at the LDB Fest, finishing May 27th in Memphis, Tennessee at High Tone, and that is the only date in Tennessee. Attack, and Belmont are going out on tour with Savage Hands as the opener, starting May 17th in Erie, Pennsylvania at Basement Transmissions, finishing May 30th in Greenville, North Carolina at the Radio Room. Then with Colorblind as the opener, starting June 1st in Atlanta, Georgia at the Masquerade, finishing. This is kind of weird. The last date of the tour is June 18th. The city and the venue have yet to be announced, so that's kind of weird. But they will be in Nashville on June 14th at the East Side Bowl.
Okay.
So there you go. Bring Me the Horizon, Fall Out Boy, Royal, and the Serpent are going out on tour with additional support from Alkaline Trio, Newfound Glory, 4 Years Strong, The Academy Is, Daisy Grenade, Car and Games. That's a hell of a bill.
That's a 1-day festival.
It's damn near a festival, which is weird. But anyway, that tour, such as it is starting on June 21st in Chicago at Wrigley Field, and will end up on August 6th in Camden, New Jersey at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. No Nashville date for that tour. Then you mentioned Vended just a couple minutes ago. They are going to be going to Europe and to the UK starting June 6th in Munich, Germany at Backstage, finishing July 1st in Seinäjoki, Finland at Provinci Fest. Alagayon and the Zenith Passage, who will be on the bill at select dates, are going out starting May 13th in Denver, Colorado at the Marquee Theater. That's going to be Alagayon only. And that will finish on May 25th in Sioux Falls, South Dakota at Club David, which was going to be Alagayon only as well. So first and last dates are going to be Alagayon only, and the Zenith Passage will be showing up at various dates during the heart of the tour, which only lasts 8 days, 12 days, not 8. I'm sorry. No Nashville date for that tour. Empty, Meadows, and The Undertaking are going out starting April 12th in Chattanooga, Tennessee at the Redbud, finishing April 19th in Cincinnati, Ohio at Legends. No Nashville date, but you want to go check it out, you can drive down the interstate to Chattanooga.
Which we've done.
Yeah, which we have done. Yeah, which is an easy drive from Nashville.
Oh yeah.
Senses Fail and Dragged Under have been announced as support acts for The Ghost Inside on their UK tour. Which 5 dates have been announced for that. March 29th, they'll be in Birmingham at the O2 Institute. March 30th, they'll be in Manchester at the O2 Ritz. March 31st, they'll be in Glasgow at SWG Galvanizers. April 2nd, they'll be in Nottingham at Rock City. And on April 3rd, they'll be in Bristol at SWX. I don't know if there's going to be.
Of course, it's in the fucking UK. Yeah.
Right. I don't know if there are any more dates that are going to be announced for that. I don't know if it's going to morph into something that's going to end up reaching into mainland Europe. But if that happens, I'll let you guys know. Then Thrice is going on tour for the Artist in the Ambulance 20th anniversary North American tour. Holy Fawn is going to be the opener for that, starting May 18th in San Diego at the Observatory North Park, and is going to end on June 23rd in Anaheim, California at the House of Blues. No Nashville date there.
I didn't even realize that band had been around 20 years.
Yeah. Yep. Well, that album has been. It's just a 20th anniversary of that album.
Yeah.
The Artist.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't even realize they'd been around that long. So
yeah, I know. Imperial Triumphant, Discord, White Ward, and Fange, who are all going to be showing up at various dates on the tour. That's going to be European and UK tour for Imperial Triumphant. Going to start with that tour is actually going to start with a show in Israel, in Tel Aviv at the Gagarin on April 2nd before going over to Europe. And that tour will finish on May 7th in Brussels, Belgium at Les Nuits Botaniques. I'm hoping I said that right. Let's see. Then we've got Watain, Bolzer, and Concrete Winds going to Europe, starting May 4th in Leipzig, Germany at Hellraiser, finishing May 21st in Hengelo, Netherlands at Metropool. Boris, Pupil Slicer, and give me a second, Asuno Yokai are going to Europe and to the UK, starting April 29th in Karlsruhe, Germany at Dudefest, finishing May 17th in Stockholm, Sweden at Debaser. Suffocation is going on a European and UK tour starting April 21st in Riga, Latvia at Melna Peaked Vienna. I think that's how you say that. Then finishing on May 16th in Istanbul, Turkey at the IF Performance Hall Besiktas. I hope I said that right. Earth Groans, Wolves at the Gate, and Convictions. That lineup is going to vary by date. That tour starts February 24th, so here relatively soon in Sioux Falls, South Dakota at Club David. Finishing March 11th in Kansas City, Missouri at Vivo Live Music. Hey, that's where Hellevate is going to be tonight. Vivo Live Music.
Yeah.
That's where they're going to be. And then no Nashville date for that. Then we're moving over to Blabbermouth for a few. Dokken is going out on tour for a few dates. Starting February 17th at The Vine at Del Lago Casino Resort in Waterloo, New York. February 18th at Penn's Peak in Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania. March 10th at the Surf Ballroom in Clear Lake, Iowa. March 11th at Medina Entertainment Center in Medina, Minnesota. March 17th at the Des Plaines Theater in Des Plaines, Illinois. And March 18th at the Arcada Theater in St. Charles, Illinois. Then Stryper is going out on tour starting March 30th in New Bedford, Massachusetts at the Vault Music Hall, finishing June 7th in Tempe, Arizona at the Marquee Theater. No Nashville date for that tour. And finally, Tarja Turunen, formerly the lead singer of Nightwish, is going on a solo U.S. tour starting June 14th in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania at the Theater of the Living Arts, and will wrap up on June 30th in Berkeley, California at the UC Theater. No Nashville date there. So, as if we need to say any more, that is the Hitting the Road segment for the week of the 28th through February 3rd. And like I say, if there was anything that came across this morning, like Jason said, that'll actually be the start of next week's segment. So
yeah.
So there we go.
There was at least two I've seen. So
okay, cool.
Like I said, I could have probably just went over there and shouted them out, but it's fine.
That's cool. Like I say, we'll start next week with those.
Yeah. I figured it's went long enough already. So
yeah, you're right.
All right, we will switch over into our theme of the week. Like always, it's theme of the week this week is shapes. So this week, my contributions here are starting out with Rat Round and Round from Out of the Cellar 1984. Lamb of God, Ghost Shaped People from Lamb of God Deluxe Edition 2021. And we with Crystal Lake, The Circle. That was just a single that was out in 2018. Five Finger Death Punch, Full Circle from F8 or Fate, whichever way you want to look at it, I guess, but it's Fate 2020.
Yeah, it is.
And then Machine Head, Circle the Drain, which was also just a single out in 2020. Within the Ruins, Shapeshifter, that's from Halfway Human 2017. Then I went with Slipknot, The Shape from Iowa 2001. Then I went with Lordy, Been Out of Shape from Lord Adversity from the Abracadabra Cadaver 2021. I always loved that Abracadabra. That's
funny. Very clever. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. They're pretty smart with their stuff like that. So then I went with In Flames, Square Nothing from Clayman 2000. Then I went with a band called, I found this one just researching, a band called Allfather. The track's called Black Triangle, and it's from an album, And All Will Be Desolation in 2018. Then I went with Ice Nine Kills, Star-Crossed Enemies from Every Trick in the Book 2015. Then I went with 6 a.m. Stars from Modern Vintage 2014. And then last but not least, I went with Upon a Burning Body, Shapeshifter from Fury of 2022.
Yeah. Shapeshifter is a very, very popular song title, as you will see in a moment. But this one, I'm going to admit, this is probably one of the few that I've had a little bit of difficulty with. I mean,
really?
I ended up with 12, which isn't bad. But we also had 4 of the exact same ones, which doesn't surprise me at all. So
which I had a couple of extra I could have threw on there too. So I actually stopped because I was like, oh shit, I got 13. Fuck it. So
yeah, we're probably gonna end up having to do that anyway, because like I say, we both had 4 of the exact same ones, which isn't that big of a deal. Like I say, we'll get Hell, we'll get Victor to add a few. So, man,
Well, yeah,
he
I'm
usually
sure
does.
he will anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, he usually does. So we'll get him to add a few. So, so leading off, obviously the first one I thought of when you said Shapes, I was like, oh shit, Round and Round by Rat. So
Yep. Of course.
out of the cellar,
Same
1984.
as I did.
Yep. And then I had Circle the Drain by Machine Head from the single from 2020. I also had Bent Out of Shape by Lordy from Abracadabra from 2021. And I also had Ghost Shaped People by Lamb of God off of their self-titled album from 2021. Then I had The Round Table by Gravedigger off of Excalibur from 1999. I had The Shape of Things by Sanctity off The Road to Bloodshed from 2007. And from those of you who don't know, Sanctity only had one album, but they were a band that was fronted by current bass player Jared McEachern of Machine Head. Yeah. Fun little fact.
Cool.
Then I had The Bermuda's Triangle by Anguish Force off of their Sea Eternally Infested album from 2014. Then I had Stepping Outside the Circle by Shadows Fall from The Art of Balance, 2002. Then I had Shapeshifter by Amon Amarth off Deceiver of the Gods from 2013.
I knew you were going to pick that one.
I had yeah, it's a good song though. I had Shaped by Fire from As I Lay Dying off of the Shaped by Fire album from 2019. And then a couple of new ones to me anyway, not new bands. I had, here it comes. I had Shapeshifter by Cyberstrike. It was a single that they put out in 2019. Cyberstrike is a power / thrash metal band from Baltimore, Maryland. So then number 12, I had Shapeshifter by a band called Detoxed off of their album Modern Slavery from 2016. They are a modern death metal band from Montpellier, France. So yeah, Shapeshifter was a very popular song title. So
didn't you say you found some that weren't on Spotify though?
yeah, and it pissed me off so much I didn't even bother writing them down. I know it was frustrating because they were good songs, and I was like, "Son of a bitch!" So
there was one song from oh shit, I want to say it was Destruction I was looking for, and it wasn't even on there. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's irritating, but I mean, I guess Spotify's not the be all end all, but it's kind of still kind of when you find a song, it's like, oh, I like this. It was like that Creator song from last week. It's like, how is this not on Spotify? But it is what it is, so.
I can't see the comment section, but I posted the first one was the weekly list, and then the second one was
there's the weekly one. Week. And of course there were two other songs that I thought of that would have fit, but there were by bands that we don't care for or don't fit in heavy metal as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, well. All right. I guess we can switch over to album reviews.
Album review.
My album review this week was on a band called Iron Void. This was their album called 4, IV.
Yep.
However you want to look at it. So. Also, if just before I get into this, I just got a notification that Live Sin is actually doing their live premiere party for their new album over on Restream. So after this show, if you want to go check that out, you can log in over there. So
that's
cool. They're doing a live stream a premiere party. So pretty cool.
Yeah. After this show though.
Yeah. Don't log off of us, man.
Yeah.
We will disown you. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Stay here and then go. Stay here, but then go.
It's going to take them a minute to warm up. You know that. So.
That's true. Yeah.
Anyway, to get this finished up here, Iron Void is a band out of Wakefield, West Yorkshire, England, in the United Kingdom. They were active from 98 to 2000 and then reformed in 2008 to the present. They are considered a doom metal band, which I definitely can see that. The band was originally formed by Sealy in November of 98, and then the original lineup consisted of Sealy on bass, Andy Whitaker on guitars, Paul Well on vocals, and Diz on drums. And then Iron Void disbanded in 2000 and then later reformed in July of 2008. Then Dan Mullins briefly played with the band as a stand-in drummer before he introduced him to Damien, in which that guy's not even in the band anymore either. So there you go. So, current members are Jonathan Seeley Seal, bass and vocals from pretty much the whole time. I mean, he's pretty much his band. So we had Steve Wilson on guitars and vocals from 2008 to present, and then the new member is Scott Naylor on drums from 2018 to present. So, the band been around that long. You would think they'd have more releases than this, but not real sure. I guess being away for so long, maybe, and then a lot of band members changing in and out may have had a lot to do with it. But
Probably.
this is just the band's fourth full length album. So 4 full lengths, and then they had a live album, and then they had an EP. So not a lot of recordings to be around since 2008. But anyway, this is the band's fourth full length album, 9 songs, 44 minutes, 42 seconds. Very dark and gloomy, but that is a characteristic of doom metal, so that's kind of to be expected. There were glimpses showing that they could do some different genres of metal, I think. I kind of dug those moments where you kind of strayed off into something a little different. Not saying I'm telling them to change their sound or anything. I wouldn't dare tell a band to do that, but it just shows they do have the diversity to do that if they wanted to. So musically gave me Black Sabbath Dio old school vibe, I think. I don't know if you kind of got that. I know you listen to this too. So.
I still haven't gotten all the way through it, but I did start it. But I'm right there with you on that.
Yeah. The last couple songs were actually, it kind of started out good, and then it kind of got a little more darker and gloomier in the middle, and then it kind of, livened a little bit back up at the end. So vocally, the Seeley's has almost, I think he has like a Lemmy Kilmister type rasp to his voice. I don't know if you kind of detect that as well, but just an overall, just a real old school, metal sound, I think. So I didn't hate it, but and on the same thing, I wouldn't go out looking for it either. So I'm gonna try. I'm gonna give it 3 horns because, like I said, if it's something that came on, if it came on and I was just in the car listening, I wouldn't turn it off. I still listen to it, but it's not nothing I'd go seeking, I guess. But
right.
But it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, like I say, I've started listening to that one. I do plan to finish it. But yeah, I mean, I like what I've heard so far. But yeah, it's got that old school Sabbath, Motorhead kind of vocally, and an old school feel with a new school sound. Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of right there with you on that one. At least, like I say, from what I've gotten through so far, I'm approximately halfway through. But
okay,
my album review this week, I went with the album Imperial Dawn by the band Rexoria. They are a melodic heavy metal band formed in Jönköping, Sweden in 2016. Their lyrical themes and the only lyrical theme they have is existence. So I mean, that kind of kind of all encompassing, I guess.
Yeah.
Their lineup, they are a quartet, and they are all original members. So they've only been around. Cool. They've only been around since 2016, but still 7 years is 7 years, and a lot can happen. A lot can happen in 7 years, but they consist of Martin Gustafsson on drums, Christopher Svensson on guitars, Jonas Gustafsson on guitar, and Frida Olin on vocals. This is their third LP. Their debut LP, Queen of Light, came out in 2018, Icebreaker in 2019, and Imperial Dawn yesterday. The album itself is 10 songs, 34 minutes and 45 seconds. So actually a pretty quick listen. It didn't take long to get through it, which is nice. I know I've said this many times, and especially here lately. I promise you, I have not been picking melodic heavy metal albums to listen to on purpose. I am honestly going into these blind. I'd never heard of this band until yesterday. But I've said it before, as far as like symphonic and melodic heavy metal goes, for me, it's kind of a balance thing. There are times where, and especially like with last week's review, I remember I said that the band that I reviewed last week had a very, let's see, who was that? Oh, Ravenlight. Yep. Their album, they had a very good balance where they put the symphonic in the background as a complement where it needs to be. unfortunately for this album, they kind of went a little too far in the other direction. Frida Olin, though, her vocals, she did the exact opposite of what I kind of harped on with last week's album, where the lead singer used vibrato way too much, even though she's got a super powerful voice. Frida Olin, she does the exact opposite. She holds a note and she belts it out and she holds it, and it's crisp and it's smooth and it is very, very well done. I mean, the heavy music aspect was really well done. The only problem for me is sometimes they let the symphonic part overtake the guitars, and there were some points where they had a keyboard in place of a guitar fill, and I don't like that at all. Mm-hmm. To me, a keyboard should not take the place of a guitar fill, or even worse, a guitar solo. I don't like when a keyboard solo is done in place of a guitar solo. I don't like that at all. To me, that's too much. And this album kind of fell into that trap for me a little bit. Overall, I'm still going to give it a 3 out of 5. I think that there were a lot more elements that I liked than I didn't. Mm-hmm. But if they can tweak their formula a little bit, and focus a little bit more on the heavy part over the melodic part. And like I said, for me, that's kind of the balance thing. So
I actually listened to this album too. So.
Yeah. So they tweak that a little bit. I think they could be on the right track. I don't know what their first 2 albums sound like, of course, but there was a lot of stuff that they did well, but they've got to. And again, this isn't changing their sound. I think they just need to adjust the balance a little bit, and I think it would be better. But for
me, like vocally, there was a song or two that kind of made her sound whiny, though.
I could see that. I could see that. Like I say, I'm gonna have to go back. I would have to go back and listen.
Like I didn't hate it, and you know, I'm not the biggest fan of that type of genre, but I didn't really mind the album. I listened to it twice actually. So
yeah,
but it was just like I was just kind of like pinpointing, thinking that I heard that in the beginning. I thought, oh yeah, maybe it was just me. Maybe I just listen. Let me give it another listen to make sure I'm not just being real picky with it. But yeah, there was a couple of times where I thought she was trying to like hit those high notes you were talking about, and it kind of sounded too whiny to me. But
yeah, she probably doesn't have like the top end of the like Tarja Turunen or like a Floor Jansen.
Well, I think the thing was like when she hit it, it just changed her vocals too much. I think it was kind of like it's like a kind of whiny like, and I'm just like, I get you. I get you. I totally get it.
It was, yeah. So yeah, like I say, not my favorite melodic album that I've listened to this year, but again, I think they could make a couple of tweaks, and it would have made it better. Yeah, but it definitely not bad.
It wasn't bad at all. Yeah,
no, it wasn't bad.
That's coming from me. So
yeah. All right, throwing up the playlist from last week's theme,
which was flowers,
and then our buddy Victor just posted in the chat room, new band on the scene, Leper Colony, and their 2023 album. So we will definitely check that out. He posted a link for us, so we'll definitely check that out. Always up to hear some brand new music. We like that.
I'll listen to that.
I know I haven't, so I will. But thank you for that, Victor.
I'll look at it real quick. So
yeah. Yes, if you want to look that up real quick, I am going to refresh the page over here at Heavy Music HQ, and then we're going to see what we got coming up for February 10th.
They're a death metal band. So
okay, we'll definitely check that out.
That's probably why I probably passed on it. But
so let's see what we got. Leper Colony. Okay, I'm gonna check that one out.
It seemed like I remember. It does have a badass album cover though. I think I got that marked for album cover. So
I don't doubt it. All All right, so coming up this coming Friday on February 10th, leading off, we have Ad Omega with Aphelic Ascent. We have RDT with Emblem of Victory. Atom Winter with Sacrilege. That's probably supposed to be Sacrilege, but Big Laugh with Consume Me. Bosco Sacro with Gem. Cadaver Shrine with Benighted Desecration. Carnassus with Visions of Infinility. Colossal Street Jam with No Way to Live. Condenados with El Camino de la Serpiente. Crimson River with Here's to the End again. Dark Throne with Goat Lord Original. Delane with Dark Waters. Devicer with Evil Summons Evil. Distant with Heritage. Dragon Corpse with the Drakith Saga. Elios with Deviante. E-Molecule with the Architect. Flub with Dream Worlds, that's an EP. We have Fred Los with a self-titled album. Frozen Dawn with the Decline of the Enlightened Gods. We have Funerality with Till Death. We have Haxanu with Totenpass. Inferion with Given to the Ground, that's a re-release for them. Infinite and Divine with Ascendancy. In Flames with Foregone. There you go.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
Integrity with Humanity as the Devil, that's the re-release. We have Eternum Nata with Trench of Loneliness. Jenner with To Live is to Suffer. That's a re-release. We have Chimera, not Chimera. Hold Your Ground. We have The Last Rain with Endangered Pieces. We have Life Form with Crimes. Luger with Revelations of the Sacred Skull. We have Messe Mortuaire with Nocturnal Demonic Visitation. That is an EP. We have Moonthoth with, how am I supposed to say this? With Eurozyko. That's what I'm going with. Motive Black with Auburn. Negative Blast with Echo Planet. Oak with Disintegrate. Pierce the Veil with the Jaws of Life. Prophecy with Kingdoms. Stormo with Endo Cannibalismo. We have Tenors with Naked Soul. Terrestrial Hospice with Caviary to the General. We have Triagony with Sem Papyrus. That is an EP. Various Artists, Scrap Metal Volume 2. Views from the Soyuz with Immaculate. That is an EP. Wigwam with Out of the Dark. And last but not least, Wounds of Recollection with Warm Glow of the End of Everything. So couple of heavier hitters,
Yeah.
Pierce the Veil and In Flames coming out this week. So not too bad.
I am looking forward to that In Flames record. I think they already got like 4 or 5 tracks they already released off of it. So
Yeah. There's been a few singles for sure.
Any indication that whole album's going to be like that, we're in for a good one, I think. So
Yeah.
probably one we'll be talking about again at the end of the year. So
Oh, there we go.
So, all right. Well, I guess we will wrap this bad boy up since we're approaching 4 hours here. And
Yes, we are.
And Old Man Bladder's got to go. So
Oh no. Yeah. Well, before we do that, we just want to let everybody know that where you can find us. As always, you can catch us on VOPUSARadio.com, radio.co. We've got Twitter, we've got Twitch, we've got Instagram, we've got TikTok, we've got the VOP USA Radio mobile app. We have Metalheads Unite USA at gmail.com. We've got, what else do we got? We've got the Facebook. We got the Facebook group over
TikTok,
at Facebook.com.
Twitter.
Yeah. What am I forgetting something?
YouTube.
Our YouTube channel. I forgot about the YouTube channel. Trying to keep, we're getting more and more things, and I keep forgetting.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting one. We have Metalheads Unite at VOPUSARadio.com. We do have a VOP USA Radio email now. Speaking of VOP USA, we have VOPUSARadio.store. We do have merch out. We have actually had a second shirt design drop this week, so go on over there and check it out. Pick that up. And you want to make the interview announcement for next week?
Yeah. So next week. Get all my stuff together here.
Third week in a row with a guest.
Yeah, and actually we're not going to stop there either. So
no, we aren't.
I'm going to say, is it up here? I don't remember where I put the information on my info at. So sorry, I wasn't prepared for that. So
Oh, did I throw you a curveball there?
Well, no, I was over shuffling stuff looking for my. I was looking for my write up for Hellevate, which I never did. So I remembered that once I did it, I said, "Oh yeah, I forgot they came out on a Saturday, and I never done it." So that's why I couldn't find it, and I was like, "Oh shit, I can't remember." But so we're going to talk to a band from Helsinki, Finland this week called Enzilu. Looking forward to that. Another thrash band. So very excited to hear some more stories from over in that region of the world. So
yep.
Our
I think is this our first international stop on the 2023 Metalheads Unite tour?
Yeah, so it's our first international stop. Yeah, so
yeah, there we go.
Been in the States the last 2 weeks, so now we're going international, man.
That's right.
Taking it over across the pond. So
that's right. Yes, we are.
And I think we'll be over there for 2 weeks. Pretty sure. Let me see. This way. So then we'll be in Sweden the following week. So
nice. So gonna take another tour of Scandinavia the next couple of weeks. So that'll be nice.
Yeah,
that'll be fun.
The crazy thing is we're already what next week could be 4. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll have 4 interviews in, right?
Mm-hmm. I think
when
so.
We're done. So that's already more than we had this time of April last year. So
by a lot. So
so hopefully we're going to get more bands on here for you guys. We're trying. It's not like we never try.
Yep.
We definitely try. So hopefully we get a lot more bands to come on and promote their stuff, and you get to hear some cool stories. So.
Well, it's definitely a great start to the year. I mean, we almost have February completely booked already. So we definitely got a good start. Yeah. But we want to thank, speaking of interviews, we want to thank Dan and Josh from Hellevate for joining us on the show today. Want to thank all of our friends who came by and joined us in the chat. Want to thank Victor. Want to thank Dana. Want to thank Ace. Want to thank Truly, even though she came in, said hi, and then didn't say anything else. Want to thank the boss Dan from hanging out with us again earlier too. Want to thank
my buddy Constantine was watching at one point. So
he was. So hey to Constantine.
A lot of interaction there. So.
Yeah,
I didn't get to see any of the chat because it wasn't showing me anything. So I don't know why. But
we'll get that.
Try to figure that out.
We'll definitely get that figured out. But thanks everybody for coming by. We appreciate you all very much. So
go to Bandcamp, buy some Hellevate stuff. So
yes, go to buy some Hellevate stuff, buy some Metalheads Unite stuff.
Yeah. Support us all.
Support us all. Absolutely.
If you can't support your child, support your music lover. I'm just kidding.
If you don't have any children, support your.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
All right, man. Well, like I said, we appreciate you guys for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed the interview. Hope you enjoyed the content. We all appreciate you for hanging with us this long. And, hopefully we'll be back next week with another interview. And then I'll start promoting that and getting that out there this week. So just be on the lookout for all that. And I guess we will see you back here next week. So until then, keep those devil horns held high and jump in that pit anytime you can.
Yeah.
See you next week.
Yep. Thank you guys. Have a great week.